At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Coming to you from a big, huge bong hit from 250 miles above your imagination in the international fake station, this IT nightmare we like to call home. I'm up here with my good friend and co-pilot, Something Wong, and he's here to make sure that we fly straight and level across this beautiful plane of ours. Holy cow. I need to time that out a little better. Holy sheep shit. God. So, wow, look at all the people we've got out here tonight. Oh, man. So we've got a whole bunch of people out here in the audience. Tonight is an open panel, of course. Just going to be discussing a lot of the crazy shit that's going on. Look at there's my good friend Chad. He's here with us. He can take over while I have these. Oh my God!
Hang in there, man. You got a big flight tonight.
Oh my God, yes. Man, so much crazy stuff. Did you see the little theater, the theatrics at the White House yesterday?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I seen that. I don't know who missed that one.
God.
It was probably to cover up for those files that everybody's looking for.
Shit. I got some stuff on that tonight too, man. It's listen, you ain't gonna see none of it.
No, probably not.
Because of who it points to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like one individual in particular, but it's a country.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. It goes all the way back.
Mm-hmm.
All the way back. If you don't believe me, go in and just look for the story about Saint Hugh. Hugh. And this led to another expulsion from one of the thousands of places that this particular people have been expelled from. And listen, they've been doing this forever.
Yep. Keep tossing the buck.
Yeah, I was going to show you this. You want to see something really cool? I just ran across this. This is a suppressed Glock 44. Full auto.
Interesting.
I never saw it. This is crazy. Ready?
Suppressed Glock 44 full auto.
Holy moly.
Oh my God. Dude.
Talk about spending money fast.
Well, I tell you what, you didn't hear nothing except
No, yeah, that thing was quiet as hell.
God.
Do some damage with that.
I'm trying to look and see if I could get that suppressor. I don't know why it wouldn't. I have a Glock 17 Gen 1.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would. I don't know how it's fastened.
If it would work with that on there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how it's fastened on there.
Is your state one of the suppressor states?
Oh, I don't know. I don't worry about that.
Yeah, well, there's ways, but yeah.
So some people wrote some shit down. Was somebody going to call in because they heard me shoot? Oh,
yeah,
no.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just meant for buying purposes. Like in Illinois, you can't even get them here, supposedly.
Well, there are ways around that. You can
right.
You can make them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's that too.
Easy enough to make, but not that. I mean, that thing right there, I've never heard one that quiet before.
So that's out, like that's for the market, or is that a prototype type thing?
No, I'm pretty sure they're out for the market. I've seen them advertised. They're pretty cool. What's the problem? Well, see, one of the things they've got in some of these cities, like in Chicago and in New York, they've got like AI hooked up to these microphones, and they can isolate like a gunshot and tell where it was fired from and what caliber it was.
Yeah. That's what I love about like when you see the cops come out or whoever it is comes out and be like, we're still trying to figure out what's going on at the scene. It's like, you guys know everything that's going on. You just look at phone data and everything else. You just try and keep this like facade up that you don't know any of this stuff. And then later in court, it all comes out.
But here's something that was kind of worrisome. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Trump. Let's see what he said here. This was pretty rough. I retweeted it and I said, start with big pharmacy representatives and executives. As he said, if you notice, every country that has the death penalty has no drug problem. They execute drug dealers. And when you think about it, it's very humane because every drug dealer on average, they say, kills at least 500 people. I don't know if our country is ready for it. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, then better start with the top ones, huh?
That's what I said, man.
China. If you notice that every country that has the death penalty has no drug problem, they execute drug dealers. And when you think about it, it's It's very humane because every drug dealer, on average, they say, kills at least 500 people, not to mention the damage they do to so many others, but they kill large numbers of people. China, Singapore, actually, there are quite a few, many in Asia, where they have the death penalty. There's no drug problem whatsoever. They come to our country because we have a much softer policy. We give them a slap on the wrist and say, kill a lot of people. So we are going to, I don't know if our country is ready for it. I am ready for it. The death penalty if you deal drugs, you have to set out guidelines like fairly large numbers, etc. But you'll have it go down very greatly. I
don't know. I think you're headed down a slippery slope with that, because then who's to decide who's a drug dealer?
Yeah, that's what I was
What's the parameters you go by? Who got to decide that? How flexible is it? See, and if you give these fuckers an inch, they take a mile. That's the thing that worries me about it. It's like, because they'll take stuff and then they start whittling it down. That's why I said, oh, okay, you want to get rid of drug dealers that are killing lots of people. You can start with the Pfizer executives. You can start with the Moderna executives. Go ahead. See, run that by them and see, they're included. They're included. You cannot exclude those people from this.
Are you talking about your local weed dealer or what? Because how many people have they killed? It is Schedule 1, right?
And I thought this was kind of cool too. I'm going to get into this thing with the list here in just a minute, but that's Macron. This is Macron and Zelensky back a number of years ago. Okay. Macron. There's Zelensky. Macron. Now, from what I understand, this dude is married to his own dad.
I was about to ask you which Macron, Bridget or
Brigitte, right? It's from all right. I don't know. What do you think about that, man? Do you think that's real?
That he's married to his father or whatever?
Yeah.
There's very convincing evidence, but as far as what I know, I don't know, but I'm leaning towards yes. I'll just say that.
It's believable because the level of depravity that these people live in.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. It might just be some kind of weird story, but like you're saying, there's a lot of credible evidence to support it. And there again, like I say, the level of depravity that these people live in is, we go, yeah, sure. Why wouldn't they? They have human hunting parties and, do all this other nefarious crap and get away with it. Why wouldn't they? Of course, they're psychopathic,
Mm-hmm. If you look at the history of our first ladies and other ladies, what makes France exempt?
Well, you look at these people like Henry Kissinger's old lady looks like a dude. All these people, their old ladies look like dudes, man. What's up?
Who's the other? Is it Schumer? Schumer's another one that's got a questionable wife, I think.
Yeah, and there again, that's a tribe. There's somebody from the tribe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Definitely.
It's just like, how can 0.4% of the population be so goddamn overrepresented everywhere?
That's what happens when you show, like that video when they go around the Capitol building asking all them prominent Congress people and people about who's more important,
Yeah. So, this is why you're not going to see. These lists came out and they were just fucking blacked out, redacted. That whole thing about giving them to media influencers and shit on
that was a joke.
That was just a big show, man. That shit was a big ass show.
That's an insult to the people who to all the victims too, man. That's like, just for a photo op. That's messed up.
Well, Stu Peters, he said every American should be burning the torch until 100% of these files are released. unredacted. Our occupied government is actively engaged in a cover-up against the American people on behalf of Jayish PDF files.
Mhm.
And here, let me I'll play this. This is
I think that's part of the reason why they keep throwing all this information at you so fast too. It's like, so you forget about, because what about the JFK files? You know, what about this? What about that? And it's like, if they just keep throwing crap at you, you forget it, or they expect people to forget it, I should say.
Now, Stu Peters, although I like a lot of what he puts out, I have to be very careful because I believe that Stu Peters is an op within an op. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kind of like how Jaron was an op within an op, and the rest of these clowns. And I'll tell you something. That was something somebody sent me an email the other day that had like the whole transcript of something. Jaron's got a thing called JE rants. You know, because it's like Jer rants.
Yeah, I've never heard of it, but I know
it's on Instagram or some other such nonsense. I don't even know. I use a little bit of social media, but I don't,
enough. Yeah.
There's more to the world. Anyway, where he's like just talking mad shit about everybody, and including me. And I'm like, well, what the fuck, man? I barely even mention you. Now, as far as the experiment is concerned, no, you motherfuckers went down there, you lied. Okay, straight up, you lied. That's all. Right? I don't even need to go no further. We've shown you lied. We're still in the same place we was before you ever went down there. Questionable videos, questionable testimony, blah, 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 But the way that motherfucker talks, he hiding behind like a keyboard. See?
Yeah.
He's hiding behind that screen. I guarantee you that motherfucker talked to me like that and face to face, I'd mash his eyes shut.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. That what is the internet giving us? The birth of internet keyboard warriors. It's like that's the problem. People get too comfortable with all this shit talking they do on the internet. It's like, the internet ain't real life, buddy.
I'll tell you what, he want to start a war, you go ahead and start a fucking war.
Yeah.
I've left you fucking alone. You and old Blue Steel, both. I've left you both alone. I've only called into question the fucking experiment.
Yeah.
Okay, which wasn't even an experiment. And I'm saying y'all fucking lied. Now, whether you was coerced to lie or not, I don't fucking know. But your whole response when you got back gave it away to begin with. Plus everything else. So screw you. But you want to start a war with me, motherfucker? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll take the gloves off. I've been nice up to now. So don't play.
Yeah. It's so pointless. I mean, to get into these internet wars and stuff, it's like, what am I going to do? Punch my screen? Like, I don't, we'll
right. I mean, listen, I'll tell you what, there's desperation amongst these these flat earth haters. Earlier in the week, I get a message from none other than Craig McNeil on my Facebook.
Really?
On my messenger. So I accepted it. And he says, how about we have a debate about gravity? And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, well, yeah, you can click the link and come on my show anytime you want to. We'll debate gravity. He goes, well, okay, we could both. And so he wanted to set up a time for it. Well, the time didn't really work out for me, man. We're kind of stuck in a heavy job right now, so the time frame didn't work out for me. And I said, and he goes, well, we can go on modern day debate, like sometime this weekend. And I was like, nah, not on modern day debate. That place is trash. I said, the moderators suck. I said, I don't even watch them anymore. Fuck them, And I said, you can just come to my thing. But the fact he just kept pestering. And I'm like, motherfucker, are you why are you so desperate to fucking debate me? Why are you so desperate? To debate me and specifically about gravity. And he says, well, I says, have you just discovered actual proof of gravity or something? Is there something new?
Yeah.
Or is it just going to be the rehash of the same dumb shit over and over again? You acting condescending and repeating the same stupid shit that you always say every time. There's no benefit in that to anybody. No. So, what is, and he says, oh, I think I have something that will, totally convince you of gravity. And I said, well, I'll tell you what then, just come on my show, right? Click the link. If you're not a subscriber, go ahead and subscribe, Craig. Hit the bell notification so you'll be notified when I go live. And then, boom, you just come on up here and we'll talk about fucking gravity. The only thing is, I can observe conversational decorum. I don't think that he can.
Not with this low attention span.
No. But it's like, I don't need a mommy or a daddy moderator to tell me. I'll just go back and I'll let you. It's your claim.
Yeah.
So go for it,
What do these debates even solve anyway? You just keep going in circles, like you were saying. You just keep going in circles and circles. Nothing gets solved, and then they claim victory. It's like,
well, it would be different if it was, if you look, it's always the same exact thing. All they have is the same stupid arguments. They get knocked out of the water, and they just go nuh-uh, and it's and they act condescending and prickish, and that's their whole thing. Well, the reality of it is they need it. They need it. Their whole fucking income is designed around it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I saw Nathan Thompson put out a thing today. I think it was on Facebook. And let me see if I can find that.
And then on top of it, I mean, you go to the grocery store tomorrow and it's like, oh, did you see that debate about gravity last night? And everybody be like, what debate about gravity?
Yeah. Let me see. What did I do with that? One sec. Get that out of here.
Another thing they need to crack down is bots. Because I'm tired of seeing all these people, these prominent YouTubers that have all these supposed subscribers and whatever. You do a bot crackdown. Let's see how many real subscribers people have.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, bro. I'm with you on that one. Damn it, I don't know if I retweeted it or not. And anyway, he was like, Jaron had hit him up. No, I must not have reposted it. I guess Jaron had hit him up, Nathan Thompson, asking him if he wanted to come on there and debate Wolfie and that, I forget who he is, that little nerdy kid with the glasses. Flattoy debated him before. Anyway, he says, sure, I'll come on. And he says, my debate fee is $200. He goes, I'm tired of this crap, come on here with these flat earth haters. And, they just with the same old nonsense, stalking me and everything all the time, watching for everything that I ever say. Fuck you. If you want to debate me, it's $200. I'm past you now. Okay, I'm all past you guys. And I kind of look at it that same way. It's
the only way to look at it. I mean, like I said, you just run in circles. Otherwise, nothing gets solved. Nobody's being convinced of one thing or the other.
Well, look here. We got 128 people that's showing in here right now. Let me go through here. I forgot to give out shout outs, man. I'm slipping.
That's important.
Well, it was my sometimers.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen all the time, so it's not Alzheimer's, it's just sometimers. So we got OAs here, ABs here, all these people with little letters. Is that the counter to the 3-letter agencies? I don't know. You tell me. We got Lord Racer with us tonight. Pebbles, what's happening, doll? We got Shannon is with us here tonight. Let's see, everybody jumping around. Shannon Emerson, Smoking and G Sharp, Dragon Sage, Eldon Bean. Let's see who else we got here. Lock Smart. Schneider is here. Is that you remember that sitcom One Day at a Time? Valerie Bertinelli.
Oh, yeah.
That was that maintenance guy's name, right? Schneider. He's always wearing that vest. Remember that guy? You got Edwin Johnson's here with us. Sarah G. Charles. Let's see. Horace Sheet. Whoa. Flocka-naka-licka, look. Flocka-leaky now.
That's a handle for you.
I have no idea, but that's a fucking knock. That's almost as bad as anti-disestablishmentarianism. It's like big, long word. I have to sound it out. I don't have time. Listen, you're trying to get me to relapse. I was once hooked on phonics, and I got over it. Okay, so your name triggers me, man. I'm about to go.
There's a will, there's an A.
All right. Got Mr. Tahiti's here with us tonight. Hampton's Air Tech. Let's see. Jay Heighton, gene spliced, nano CBD. That's like little tiny ones. All right.
Brad and Tasha.
Brad and Tasha, one or both. Either way, we're glad to have them. It's better than Boris and Natasha.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, yes. I catch squirrel. I used to love Bullwinkle.
Speaking of sometimers, you know, you get to that age when you get a little bit older, when you start to just about know everything, it's about the time you start forgetting everything. It's really bad timing.
Yes. Yes, and then something will trigger it and you're bam back into it. You know, it's like, what? Okay, back into the archive here. So yeah, this is Stu Peters. And he was talking about this Epstein client list release. So let's take a look at that.
But here's the problem with that. The entire Epstein file release is fucking fake. There were no big bad Epstein files, no breaking news that was dropped onto the American people by Pam Bondi or Donald Trump. There was no new information coming to the surface and busting all of the bad guys, taking our government back and making America great again. No, you know what? None of that fucking shit happened, okay? Instead, what did happen was a failed publicity stunt where the Trump administration brought in a bunch of Jewish influencers to the White House, gave them heavily redacted and blacked out pages of information that's already available online, information about a Jewish Israeli spy and pedophile sex operative, and then sent their Jewish paid influencers out in front of the cameras that are operated by the Jewish media, to take a bunch of pictures, to act like something big and notable just happened, to act like our government isn't continuing to completely and totally cover up the Jeffrey Epstein saga and everyone who was part of it. I mean, it's just all so fucking tiring and ridiculous. Just look at who they had up there. Rogan O'Handley, the so-called DC Drano. Yeah, the only thing that guy is draining is Jewish dick.
Ooh. Basically, we might not want to show this.
Yeah, he was making a point to call those people up.
Yeah, well, this whole thing does point to Mossad.
Yeah,
points to Israel. I mean, we've let them into our intelligence community because they're supposedly our greatest ally, while they're working subversively against us internally for the benefit of those that are not us, that it should be benefiting. No, I mean, we are run by Israel. We literally are. And it's through their power, money, and influence. That's how they do it. And it's just like that Rothschild dude said in the movie about the Rothschilds. He said, money is the only weapon that the Jew has. And it's like, that's true. And usury. See, that's getting them under the thumb.
They have our real president. BB netting chocolate milk.
Oh my gosh. Instead of Yahoo. I like that. Here's one. This is probably a little more tame.
But yeah,
this woman says,
some interesting times.
She kind of sugarcoats it a little bit. Here's RG the artist is here. What's happening?
Hey, RG.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just caught you again, kind of late, but hopefully I haven't missed everything.
No.
Everybody, y'all doing good though?
Oh yeah, fine.
So far,
that's the word. Okay, man.
Fire and frog hair, bro.
As long as you keep the trolls out.
Yeah, we got to keep the fucking trolls out.
Yeah, I got my. I'll guard the door. How about that?
All right.
Trolls suck. We don't like them. We never have. All right, this woman right here, she kind of paints it down a little easier for us here.
So the flight logs have been released again. I can go into my Google photos from 4 years ago and give you those exact things. Nothing new. And the reason why I'm like, show us now is What's there to review? If there's full transparency, you get them, you start putting them online, and you upload all of it. What is so sensitive that the United States people cannot be told that who is on that client list? We deserve to know every name, nothing redacted. This is child rape, okay? This is the most heinous crimes where children are being killed, sold, and bought like a commodity. They're being locked in cages. They are born to literally get raped from the time of infancy on up to whenever they're executed. And my blood boils to think that there's any hesitation in releasing the full entire documents right now. They get handed to you. You start, boom, putting them out there, putting them out there, putting them out there. Protect no one. This is sick. And I want them now. And I demand that we have them now. There should be no slow rolling. Oh, I need to read and look at what is there to read. Are you covering?
Oh, hey, Soft. I've got those files if you need them.
No, I already know that. I've had them already.
Yeah, they've been.
You got them. Okay.
They were released by Pam Bondi. I was into this shit a long time.
I got you. I know they put like they put 22 on X, and then I snatched it and I sent it to a couple of people, and then that same file, that same profile was empty like 10 minutes later. So yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing in there that anybody didn't already know. They've redacted everything because it all points to Mossad. That's why. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, okay, Robert Maxwell, was a Mossad agent. I mean, this whole thing, Jeffrey Epstein was working for the Mossad. These were honeypot operations, and it goes darker than that.
Okay, I see what you mean now.
Yeah,
I haven't had time. I haven't had time to look at much of them, but there's a lot. There's in one file. There's some of them that got like 50 or 60 pages that aren't a lot redacted. I don't know if you know about those, but
yeah,
I'll be happy to send them to you.
We've already known about. But yeah, go ahead and send them.
Oh,
anyway.
okay.
Go ahead and send
Gotcha.
them. Anyway, let's let this finish real quick.
And if you can't find the FBI's hard drives that they coincidentally lost during the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, you can go ask Mossad, the intelligence agency that was performing the blackmail operation in our country. Dan Bongino. Oh, I just don't know what Middle Eastern countries. Oh, what is Saudi Arabia? We let the Saudi Arabian Foreign Intelligence Agency come operate in America? Oh, really? Well, let me see. It was the Afghani. We let the Taliban do foreign intelligence operations in our country willfully. Oh, yeah. No, it was the Egyptians. The Egyptian intelligence agency came into the country, huh? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Some of y'all are gonna like you literally will trade Jesus for these people in a heartbeat, as you have. You would rather hold on and worship and idolize these people and say they've done no wrong when you know who it is. Matt Gaetz, come on the Benny Johnson show. Come on. Benny Johnson, who do you think, what intelligence agency do we just let inside of our country willfully? Come on, guys. Such great investigators out there, but you just can't. 2 + 2. Geez, we just equals X, man. What's X? 2 + 2 = X. Oh my gosh, you guys are over here itching. Get to the freaking 4, okay? 4. It's 4. Okay, 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, there. Are you happy? Release the baby rapists' names. Release their freaking names. We want to know who these baby rapers are that are running our country.
No shit. Well, you already know why.
Well, she's saying I was busy reading the subtitles.
So the fight.
I put that on there especially because I always have somebody go, I can't hear it. Get in the chat every fucking time. There'll be somebody, there's no sound. And I'm like, there's sound. You're good.
But yeah, that's.
DJ Spin says, you like my thumbnail? That's pretty cool. AI did that. AI.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing when I seen you on live. I was like, how the hell did he do that? But I thought it was an authentic picture at first, and I'm like, oh, okay, I know. AI.
Oh, listen, here's this Patrick Hay, right? I think this is who it is. Isn't that name? Isn't that the guy's name? He's at one of them televangelist guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right. This is crazy. Listen to what this guy says. And this is what these 501c3 preachers are telling people, and it's wrong. Listen to this.
Don't ever forget, Jesus is a Jewish person.
No, he wasn't. He was Nazarene. Okay, sorry. Get it through your head.
Well, just look at those people. They almost look hypnotized.
They'd have to be.
Coming back as a Jewish rabbi.
He's coming back as a Jewish rabbi.
That's news.
If there's something in you that does not like Jews, that's an evil spirit. You're an anti-Semite and need to get your head straight. Don't ever forget.
So if you don't believe that nonsense that he just said, that's not backed by anything biblical at all.
Yeah, these are Christians.
Yeah. Then that means you're an anti-Semite. See, this idiot doesn't even understand what the word.
Yeah, he's using the fucking keywords, right?
Well, he doesn't even know what a Semite is. What is a Semite?
That dude's wild.
Semite would be descendants of Shem. Okay, that includes everybody, all the way down, all of them. The Palestinians, the people that are living there, the Syrian, all those people around there are Semites. Okay, so the ones that are claiming anti-Semitic to be Semites are the only group of people that really are not. They're Eastern European. I mean, fucking Netanyahu comes from Poland. Where'd RG blew off there? He just left. He just left. There he is.
Yeah, they're selective Semites.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, come on, man.
And sorry about that. My thing skipped out. I had to get back in. Thank you.
It happens sometimes, man. You know? Is this the same one? Is that same rant? Oh, yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to find something here. I had. Oh. So you know Gene Hackman, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lex Luthor.
What do you know about that?
What do I about how I don't know actually, because it's a funny story they got going on. I mean, at first they come out and tell you nothing suspicious. Now it looks like everything's suspicious, but you know, they claim they were trying to claim carbon monoxide poisoning, and then
the autopsy said it wasn't carbon monoxide.
Right, that's what I'm
saying. Oh,
Gene
Hackman, Gene Hackman got hacked?
But
or axed?
Who was, I don't know if it was not like one of the groundskeepers or whatever, I can't remember the person, but he's gone into like secrecy basically. But I don't know.
Well, they say the door was open. They were like partly mummified or something.
Yeah.
What I heard too. It's
both of them or just the wife?
I'm not really clear on that, but here's something that they didn't tell anybody. Okay, Gene Hackman was where his home was at is like a neighbor to Epstein's fucking New Mexico ranch.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so there's possibly a connection to that. I'll play a little bit of this and we can see what if that gleans any information. But
you think maybe some more tunnel kind of thing?
Absolutely. But I don't think Hackman was involved. Okay, now it's possible, but
I got you.
Been involved before and didn't want to be anymore or whatever. But we'll see. Based on this information, we'll see.
Okay.
The news hits like a gut punch this week. Gene Hackman, the old school Hollywood legend of the French Connection, Unforgiven, and Superman, gone. Found dead in his Santa Fe home alongside his wife and one of their 3 dogs. A tragedy, sure, but the details? They're so twisted, even the mainstream media can't whitewash it. Something is off, way off. And the media are barely scratching the surface. Here's what the media won't tell you. Gene Hackman wasn't some retired millionaire kicking back in New Mexico. He was neighbors with Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, that's Epstein. And get this, he owned an island right next door to Oprah Winfrey's private island in British Columbia. Cozy, right? But Gene wasn't playing nice with the elite anymore. Word is he was sick to death of the Epstein client list cover-up. He told friends he was done watching the deep state and rogue FBI agents shred the truth. He was ready to talk, ready to burn it all down. Then out of nowhere, he's gone. Suspicious doesn't even cover it. It's a neon sign screaming foul play. And we've got the unfiltered truth coming up. Details so chilling, they'll haunt you. What went down in that house? And why did Gene Hackman's last stand threaten to unravel everything for the untouchable elite? Before we dive in, join the...
You're muted, Sal.
He owned an island next to Oprah Winfrey's private island. He's neighbors with Jeffrey Epstein. An insider says that he was sick of the shit and he was going to come out with something. And then both of them are found dead with really, really suspicious circumstances.
Yeah.
I
mean, he was 95. I mean, he probably was,
Ready
had
to go.
nothing left to lose, basically. But.
Right. Hello, Yanis. How you doing?
Yeah,
this guy
hello.
from People's. Hey, how's it going? This guy from People's Voice, he's flipper. Once he's praising Trump, second time he's just bashing him.
It is kind of disappointing that you put everything behind a pay, or you start and put stuff behind paywall too. But
yeah, I don't really trust him. He provides good info, but I think he's controlled.
Yeah. Oh, they're all controlled. I'll tell you that right now. It's like we were talking. I don't know if you're here or not, but I said Stu Peters. He's a psyop within a psyop. Okay?
Yeah, and he's a Jew himself.
Yeah, he's part of the op. You see, it's just like what they're doing with this bullshit with final experiment thing, right? That's an op within the entire fucking op. You see?
Yeah.
And I mean, you'd figure they'd get good at it or something. The cookie cutter fucking excuses that they have. And I have not been threatened or coerced or paid in any way.
Right. My keyword is.
Yeah, and it's like I am being treated well by my captors, or by my hosts, the Republic of North Vietnam. I have not been abused. All this bullshit, and it's like. Yeah, okay. It's sort of like you walk in the door and it says, "Hey man, how you doing?" "Pretty good, but I certainly didn't rob that store down the street." Why would you say that? It's like
yeah.
That's
more
funny.
and more.
Hey, I've been trying to tell people for years, if anyone's involved with movie production, Hollywood, shit like that, bro, even though it seems like they might be innocent, or whatever, they play that role, right? But come to find out, the CIA has these people playing multiple characters when they supposedly killed or died, and then they just get like a little bit of a nose job, and then they're a singer instead of an actor. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Like Tim Osmond. Oh, I mean Osama bin Laden. That's probably who you know him as, but yeah, Tim Osmond, same type of thing. I know what you're talking about, RG. He probably just dropped out again. Anyway, I got us through the commercial.
Wednesday, February the 26th, 2025 in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Sheriff's deputies roll up to the sprawling mansion of Gene Hackman, the gruff Oscar-winning star of classics like The French Connection and Unforgiven. Inside, they find a scene that's odd, to say the least. Gene is sprawled in the entryway. His wife Betsy is lying on her right side in the bathroom, a space heater tipped over next to her head. The door is wide open. One of their dogs is dead. The other two are still wandering around, tails wagging like nothing's wrong. And then there's this, a spilled bottle of pills scattered across the floor like some kind of clue begging to be noticed. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office calls it suspicious enough to launch a full investigation. No gunshot wounds, no stab marks, no forced entry, no obvious signs of a struggle. So what's the official story? They float the idea of a carbon monoxide leak. Classic, right? But here is where it starts to unravel. The New Mexico Gas Company tests the lines. Nothing. The fire department sweeps for carbon monoxide. Zilch. And those two dogs? If carbon monoxide took Gene and Betsy out, why are two dogs still trotting around like they're auditioning for a Purina commercial? The carbon monoxide theory is the kind of lazy plot twist you see in a straight-to-streaming flop. It doesn't hold water. Carbon monoxide detectors are required by law in New Mexico. So people start whispering murder. But why? Why would anyone target Gene Hackman, a guy who's been out of the spotlight for 2 decades? To answer that, we've got to rewind the tape on who Gene Hackman really was and what he knew about Jeffrey Epstein and his VIP friends. Gene wasn't just some Hollywood legend with a gravelly voice and a knack for playing tough guys. He was a man who'd seen the machine from the inside. Born in the 30s, he clawed his way up from a hard-knock working-class life, served as a Marine for 5 years, and then became one of the most versatile actors of his generation.
I gotta say, I've always liked Gene Hackman movies, man.
Yeah, he's put out a good list there.
Yeah, remember
Crimson Tide,
Enemy of the State?
Yeah,
when he was with Will Smith, that was a good movie.
Yeah, Crimson Tide was one of my favorite ones.
Oh yeah, I like that one. Yeah, he's a lot of movies, man, that I've seen.
The French Connection, yeah.
Oh God, going way back. Yeah, always liked him in everything I've ever seen him in. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a good one.
You know, and you don't think about it because you'll be watching a movie with somebody like that in it is 20 years older. It's from, you know, it's a 20-year-old movie or maybe 15-year-old movie. And you don't realize how much these people have aged since then.
Yeah.
Plus that they're made up, you know, to look younger in the movies. You know, they a lot of times you see pictures of these people out on the street and they are only like a faint image of what you ever see on the screen.
Yeah.
You know,
I got to figure that Clint Eastwood's another one that's probably on borrowed time too. He's
yeah,
up there.
Yeah, I've always liked Clint Eastwood too.
Oh yeah, he's another good, well, one of the few good actors that, well, I guess he won't be putting out too many movies now, but you know, one of the few that are still around.
No. I'll tell you another one I used to like too. Is I used to love those Charles Bronson movies where where he was that vigilante dude, man. What was the name? I used to watch those with my grandpa. What was the name of that? What was the name of those movies? Where damn.
Yeah, I know. It's so easy too.
I know.
I can picture it, but dang it.
Well, we just watched one on here. On Rumble here, about a couple of weeks ago.
Charles Bronson movie?
Yeah.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Did you? I'm pretty sure we watched it. Yeah.
You might have. I might have just missed it.
Yeah, we had to go over to Rumble. It got kicked off here. Or maybe I only did it on there. I'm pretty sure I did. I'll have
Death Wish. Somebody, or yeah, the chat's got it. Death Wish.
Have we done Capricorn 1? Yeah, Death Wish. Thank you. Yes, Death Wish. That was a great movie, man. That one, he just like lures these suckers in, man, then just like starts just capping them one by one. It's beautiful, man. I like that. I like, just revenge. I love that.
Yeah. What movie did I watch? It was a little more modern, but it was like that. It was pretty good. Crap. Not Leslie or Liam Nielsen, but somebody else. Anyway, I don't want to get way off track.
I dropped some info about Stallone in a matter of connection to the Rocky.
Yeah.
I read it. Yeah. So it's clay and iron. It's always in front of your eyes. They always play with words, but we have to decipher it. I like to do it.
Yeah, I was just commenting in the chat that one of my best friends is cousin with Sylvester Stallone.
That's why I put it, about the Stallone Hodge, Stallone, Iron. Just read the comment. You will see what I mean.
All right, let's see what this is.
Villains, heroes, anti-heroes, you name it. In the early 2000s, at the top of his game, he quit Hollywood. Officially, he retired because a doctor warned him about his heart. But talk to the people who knew him, and you'll hear a very different story. Gene was done with Hollywood's filth. The creeps, the perverts, the power players who smiled for the cameras while living double lives, he couldn't stomach it anymore. And here's where it gets interesting. Gene Hackman wasn't just any millionaire retiree sipping coffee in New Mexico. His mansion is just down the road from Jeffrey Epstein's infamous Zorro Ranch. Yeah, that Epstein. The man whose VIP client list is currently the subject of an enormous tussle between the federal government and rogue elements within the FBI. And yeah, that ranch. The one frequented by Bill Clinton and other VIP elites.
Mexico Ranch, once belonging to the late Jeffrey Epstein, is now under new ownership. The deed lists the new owner of Zorro Ranch in a remote part of Santa Fe County as San Rafael Ranch LLC. We were not able to reach the company to learn about the plans for the property. We did hear back from the Epstein estate, who says the proceeds will be used to pay the estate's creditors. The ranch was listed for $27.5 million when it went on the market 2 years ago, but details of the sale, including the final purchase price, remain confidential. The ranch is one of the properties where Epstein, a convicted sex offender, was accused of assaulting dozens of women and girls.
Coincidence? Maybe. But then you dig deeper, and the coincidences start piling up like bodies in a slasher flick. Like Epstein, Gene Hackman owned islands. Not one, but two. First, Fawn Island, a private 2.3-acre spot in Washington's San Juan Islands, sold in 2008. Then, a bigger, more secluded island of British Columbia, shrouded in secrecy. Barely a whisper about that sale, like somebody paid extra to keep it off the books. Now, who was his neighbor in that neck of the woods? Oprah Winfrey. Yep, the queen of daytime TV, who's been deep in the trenches with the most evil figures in child trafficking history, including Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, and John of God.
Oprah legitimized the notorious sex criminal Zhao Tashira.
These connections are just amazing to me,
aren't they?
You know, it's like, and it's like, and putting the showing all this smoke leads you to the fire. It really does.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, they're in Maui, Oprah Winfrey involved. Right? Thousands or hundreds of kids fucking missing.
Rock.
Right? Oh, yeah, the
Yeah.
Rock. But I mean, look at that. Oprah Winfrey, Maui, and you've got all these kids missing.
That's why
God, she's got at school for underprivileged girls or some shit like that. And there's a whole bunch of allegations of sexual abuse there as well. I mean,
there's only one verse in the Bible that says about the people who are hurting children. So it's better that they put stone to their neck and go to the water. So that's why they want to live forever, because they know what will happen to them when they die. That's why they push this transhumanism agenda, because they are afraid.
Next chapter says Kurt Russell was his first crush.
He was a good one.
What's the earliest you ever saw, the youngest you ever saw Kurt Russell in a movie?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not for certain, but I want to say Big Trouble in Little China, but I doubt that's it. I mean, he goes further back than that.
He was in Disney flicks.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, and he was also in he played a jungle boy on an episode of
well, most of them do start out as kid actors.
Yeah. Well, he was a jungle boy on an episode of Gilligan's Island.
Oh,
one time too. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, so he's been in it since he was a kid.
That little, like, to go back a little bit, that thing at Epstein's little compound or whatever, excuse me, ranch. That little like circular garden thing, that looked like something they hold ceremonies at or something. That was
it almost, I thought it was a helipad.
Or that, I mean, something to that effect.
You know, I don't know. Maybe it's both.
Yeah, it could be either or.
You know, it's
and then there was like a strange Z at the top of one of the little like parts of the highest points of the house.
Yeah, it was El Zorro Ranch.
Oh, I didn't miss that.
It's like, remember that Zorro would carve the Z in to leave his signature.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I think one of these first was our man-made or something, Higgins. I can't remember. I didn't say it when it was released because in Poland we didn't have that time access to the Western films, but it came later. So it was somewhere in the 60s, I believe. So we watched it a bit later because we didn't have access to it. Let me check it.
Huh. It says Gilligan's Island was a metaphor for purgatory or hell. I could see that. I could see that. Goldie has overdone the injections for sure. Yeah. I saw a funny ass thing with Joan Rivers. Joan Rivers, it was funny. I mean, you can think what you want to about her, you know, but I mean,
oh yeah, she's funny.
Oh my God, she showed her on this talk show, and she had Johnny Knoxville, who was about falling out of his chair laughing, right?
Mm-hmm.
She says, she goes, I hate it when people say that you're, you know, so many years young. I said, oh my God. Then she mentioned some woman, she says, and she said, oh, and here's Joan Rivers. She's 76 years young. And I says, oh yeah, thank you, Sherry, who's 330 pounds light.
Yeah, she was always one to call it out.
Oh my God, yes. You know, she was funny as hell. That's why that's the unexpected turn is what triggers humor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's the same part of the brain that's activated to shock. Okay, to an extent. I mean, because there's different degrees of it. And when you have a sudden turn in a story, that's what makes it funny, is because the shock of it not coming out what you thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
They've over time started blurring that. It started with the Three Stooges, where they made it funny to have violence.
Mm-hmm.
Violence was seen as funny. Enter in slapstick comedy in the Three Stooges and shit. And now it's like, you know, famous, you know, those what's that show they used to have with that other PDF file, Bob Saget?
Oh yeah.
Remember that? American Funny Videos show some guy falling off a diving board and smacking his head on the side of the pool and shit, and they just add a little boing sound and some birds tweeting, and everybody laughs in a laugh track, and everybody's, oh, that's funny. And there's the guy who wins the check. He's a quadriplegic in a wheelchair, but he's getting his $100 check for the video. You know, like, God damn.
And they always pick the least funniest video to win the the prize.
Yeah. But it's like it gets to a point where, you know, but anyway, what my point was, that's the sudden turn,
right? Yeah.
That is so clever. I think that's what instills humor.
Yeah, I found that Russell was playing, had a role as a butler in American Family. It was ABC series Our Man Higgins.
Who was playing
that? Russell. That was his like a first role.
Russell.
Yeah. I wasn't sure about this middle, you know, Our Man Maid. I didn't know, I couldn't remember. It's Our Man Higgins.
I've seen a couple of movies with his son Wyatt in them, and wow, it's like, you know, Kurt Russell. Yeah, he's really, I mean, not exactly, but enough that you're like, yeah, that's Kurt Russell's kid.
Yeah,
even in his mannerisms and everything, it's like, wow, yeah, you can tell that's his kid. It's pretty good. Anyway, check, this is that John of God guy. I don't know if you ever heard about this guy.
AKA John of God, as a miraculous faith healer, one who could cure cancer, giving him international recognition. Zhao Tashira is now serving 19 years in prison for the rape of 4 women. He is facing additional cases related to several sex crimes, including keeping teenage women as sex slaves in underground mines, forcing them to have his children, and selling their babies internationally for tens of thousands of dollars before murdering the women after about 10 years of childbirth.
This is one of Oprah's friends. Now, let's keep this all in mind here. This is Oprah.
One big family, you know, you have to be this way or they won't accept you.
I think she's like a Santeria witch. Yeah, I do.
Santa Muerte.
Or what do they call it? Santa Maria or Santa
Maria, yeah. There is Santa Muerte as well. Holy Death.
She's got to have a client list of her own too, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
And no matter which one you talk about, she always pops up too.
Yes. Every time. She was on the flight logs. I mean, come on.
Who wasn't?
Oprah runs her own leadership academy for girls in Africa, a $40 million school for disadvantaged girls, where in 2007, several children were sexually abused and parents were only allowed to see their children once a month.
And I have said for years, if the abuser is any good, you won't even know it's happened.
Oprah was very close with disgraced Hollywood mogul, rapist, and abuser Harvey Weinstein. Her Me Too documentary ignored Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein.
Anyone surprised by Oprah's links to notorious child sex traffickers and adrenochrome merchants wasn't paying attention. Oprah has been hiding in plain sight for decades.
It feels good. I mean, if you're 7 years old and somebody, which I was trying to say this to my friends who had children, you're 7 years old and someone is stroking your penis.
You know, what the fuck, how do you know this?
Yeah, first-hand account, I guess.
How the hell do you
She
know
was
this?
abused.
Oh, probably. It usually is generational, you know? I've heard some of these kids that have been rescued from these cults, their testimony, you know, being interviewed, and it's recorded. And they talk about this stuff as though it is like every day, you know, like your kids would talk about, yeah, I got up and had breakfast and then I went to school and we learned this, that, and the other. And then I went out to play with my friends and then, you know, like that casually.
Yeah, I have a few videos and few interviews with those children, highly abused.
Yeah.
So even testimonies was that some of them, they were so tired of it, they were trying to kill themselves during the intercourse.
Yeah,
and that's why they have like a panda eyes. Probably you've seen that, like a black eyes.
Yeah.
Because they have heavily abused.
God. And this goes deep esoterically for these fucking people. It really does.
Penis. It feels good. Even though you don't have a name for what that is, it feels good.
With neighbors like Jeffrey Epstein and Oprah Winfrey, it's no surprise Gene Hackman had a knack for portraying evil characters on the screen. He didn't have to look very far for inspiration. He was surrounded by them, and they disgusted him.
Our clothes. You'd
And
already
there are
put
few
back on?
actors in Hollywood who
dressed her.
I've seen this movie right here. This is pretty good.
There are few actors in Hollywood who refuse, for example, kiss on the set of the other women because, for example, they say my mouth are only for my wife, and they couldn't earn money because they didn't follow the script. So, yeah, there are a few.
Yes, I brushed her hair. I took her hands and cupped them under her cheek.
So this is I just watched this movie just within the last couple of weeks.
Well, those Italian subtitles?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
What was that film? Bruce Almighty, I believe. He was playing God.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good text. He was speaking with the wife of this guy, and he's saying, "What do you think when you're looking for the family to be closer? Do you think that God gives it to you, or give you opportunity to be closer? Or, for example, if you need a courage, you think God will give you courage, or will give you opportunity for show the courage?" That's pretty good text. I like it.
Yep. Yeah, I remember there was a movie back in the 70s with George Burns and John Denver, and it was called Oh God.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And George Burns played God.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, people lost their minds over that. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe how many right-wing Christian churches and stuff were coming out and protest to that movie because it was blasphemous and all that. I don't know. I watched it. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
It was a pretty good movie. Anyway, yeah, this is about Gene Hackman. He's accused of murdering little girls and, getting familiar with them. And they wear him down, try to get him and finally get him to confess. And because he confessed, the confession didn't match the crime, and they'd already caught the fucking criminal. They let him go, but he'd already destroyed his whole life with his wife and everything else. It was a pretty crazy movie.
I found the link. I don't know if you can see it on chat. It's a good scene, like 2 minutes. We can watch it later if you want.
All right. Put
It's
it
very
in
short.
private chat. We'll get to it.
I opened her eyes. And then I took a picture. What are you doing? You can go home, Henry. What? It's over. They caught the killer.
And then there's the timing of his death. Word on the streets, well, from friends he confided in, was that Gene was gearing up for a comeback. Not to act, but to talk. He told people he was ready to step out of retirement and spill the beans on what he called the memory holing of the Epstein scandal. He knew things that could crack the case wide open, even if rogue FBI agents torched the files. And just as the Epstein cover-up heats up again in early 2025, Gene and Betsy turn up dead. Convenient, right? Was this a hit? Did the elite finally decide that Gene Hackman knew too much? We're heading to a break, but when we come back, we're laying it all out. The real reason Gene and Betsy had to die right now, the satanic cult that had been stalking him for years, and how it ties straight to Epstein's VIP client list. Today.
So this just keeps getting better and better. You know, I mean, I thought it's, you know, it had crossed my mind, but I wasn't aware of. I'm trying to remember Lock Smart. I can't remember what the hell that name of that movie is.
The one
It takes place in Puerto Rico, I believe. Either Puerto Rico or Cuba. I'm trying to remember. It might be Cuba. It might be Cuba. But he's an attorney, and he's the one that finds this dead girl, and then they start putting the suspicion down on him because there's holes in his story. It's kind of interesting. Let's see if I can get on past all this little pill shit here. Here we go. This is. There we go. Ha! Yeah, you're not going to sell me nothing, you bitches, right?
Early reports of Gene Hackman's death contained shocking details. Claims of a satanic cult operating in Santa Fe tied to Epstein, liberal elites, and ritualistic murders. But within hours, those reports vanished, scrubbed from the internet. Why? According to an FBI source, this satanic cult is the missing piece of the puzzle. It connects Hackman to Jeffrey Epstein and his network of elite VIPs, including the Clintons. The deeper you dig, the clearer it becomes. Hackman knew things, and now somebody wants the truth buried with him.
I told you they were going to burn the Epstein case files, and I told you people were going to start disappearing. Gene Hackman didn't die by accident. It wasn't a coincidence. Him and his wife taken out together. No, that was a message. He knew too much, lived too close to the truth. Hackman wasn't one of Epstein's sick playmates. He was a neighbor down there near that ranch in New Mexico. He saw things he wasn't supposed to. The late-night jets, the bonfires lighting up the desert, the screams carried on the wind. He knew about the client list, names that'd make your stomach turn. Politicians, CEOs, royalty. He knew why the FBI is burying it all right now. Torching files faster than you can blink. They're in panic mode, the elite. Epstein's dead, so they say, but the loose ends are flapping in the breeze, and Hackman was one of them. He wouldn't join their game, wouldn't kneel. So they sent the order down the line, and the cult in Santa Fe took care of it. Yeah, you heard me. A satanic cult, operating out of some sprawling compound in the hills. They're the syndicate's muscle in the Southwest. Epstein's go-to for the dirty work. Rituals, sacrifices, blood on the sand. It's not just crime, it's a religion to them. They killed Hackman and his wife, staged it clean, but they were just the hands. The heads are higher up, way higher. See, Zorro Ranch wasn't just a hideout, it was a slaughterhouse. They called it the Great Game, hunting kids, runaways, nobody snatched from the edges of the world. The cult ran the show, kept the altars warm, while Epstein's friends got their kicks. Hackman saw the motorcades roll in, the blacked-out SUVs, the private planes landing under moonlight. He heard the chants, saw the symbols carved into the rocks. He told me once, voice shaking, that it wasn't human, what they were doing out there. Epstein tried to bring him into the fold, tried to tempt him, tried to break him, but he refused. And then there's her, Hillary. Cold, calculating, untouchable. The wife of a president, but with a hunger that put him to shame. She never hunted alone, always had that hellhound by her side, big, black, mean as sin. That beast answered to no one but her. She'd chase those kids like a woman possessed. And when she didn't feel like playing, as Epstein called it, she let the dog do the work. I don't want to go into details, but this is some seriously sick shit. And when the hunt was over, well, that's when the real darkness began. That's the part no one wants to talk about. The symbols, the dark ceremonies, the child sacrifices, the young blood and goblets. This isn't just about power or pleasure. It's something older, something ancient. The FBI, we've known for years. Agents like me, we tried to dig, tried to blow it open, but every time the order came down, stand down, classified, national security. Push too hard, and you're gone, reassigned, retired, or just missing. Plenty of agents have gone missing, plenty suicided. The higher-ups are shielding the list, protecting the syndicate. It's not a government, not a company. It's older, darker. You don't climb to power unless you bow to it first. They're tidying up now, silencing anyone who can talk. Hackman's double murder? That was the cult, sure, but the command came from above. Someone untouchable, someone with a beast at her side. You know who I mean. That woman, all ice and ambition, married to power but hungrier than he'll ever be. She's in the files too. They'll come for me soon. Could be today, could be next year, doesn't matter. But if you're hearing this, know it's real. The syndicate's got the world on a leash and the FBI is holding the collar. Hackman knew, and they killed him for it. The only question is, how long before they come for you too?
Kathy O'Brien is a survivor of ritualistic.
So, wow. Yeah, Under Suspicion is the name of the movie that clip was from. Thank you for that, Sue. That's why I left that up there, because I was liable to forget. Anyway, I don't know if you've ever, what do you think about that? And Hillary, listen, she seems to be in the mix of a lot of this.
Yeah, she's always on the thick of it too.
And she's always connected to all such bad people. You know,
makes no bones about it.
No, and she's always connected to really, really bad people. Yep. Everywhere you look, and so many people closely associated with him or with her is just
at this point.
They end up with the most bizarre suit. Not just suit. How many people? I mean, how many people could you possibly know that self-delete and in such bizarre ways?
Yeah, and just keep adding up and adding up.
Yes. You know, and it's like, oh, wow, what another coincidence. Yeah, oh, my God. You know, it's right in front of people's faces. They got everybody afraid, man.
It's always perfect timing with those, too. Like, just when something's about to kind of break loose.
Yeah. Oh, the guy strangled himself while shooting himself in the back with a shotgun 6 times. You know, it's like, what? How did that happen?
Houdini out here.
Yeah, just... You know, I'm not wanting to actually see people do that, but I mean, I would like to see that happen, you know, like some kind of surveillance footage of that or whatever, you know, but wow.
Everywhere in the world, you know, there is, I call it, I translated from Polish, serial suicider running around.
I got a meme that it says, it's got a picture of Hillary holding the telephone. And on the other end, it says suicide hotline. And she goes, yes, I'd like to place an order.
Good one.
That's a good one.
I'm like, oh fuck, and wow, that thing, she's terrible. I've known she's bad from the first time I laid eyes on her. Now, I've told this story before, but I don't know. There's a lot of new people here tonight, too, and maybe they haven't. But I'll tell you, I remember the first time I saw Hillary Clinton, and it was during the primaries of the election that Bill Clinton won to become president. And they had all these Democratic candidates, and they're standing out there for a photo op, and they're there with their wives, and the news was looking at them, each one on the camera, and it says, and here is former governor, or the governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton, and the first lady of Arkansas, Hillary Clinton, and the camera got on her, and I'm not shitting you, a chill ran up my spine. I couldn't understand it. I mean, the moment I saw her, I was just like, oh, she's fucking bad.
Yeah, some people
say something about her, and I'll tell you what, man, I was right on, because, and it's worse. She's worse.
Yeah.
If I'd have actually known how fucking bad she was, I'm sure that my skin would have jumped off and crawled away at that moment, because that was such a phenomenal thing. I was like, oh, I don't like her. I saw, and I remember, I think I made a comment of, I bet she's a real ball buster.
Some people say that the reports, when they see them in person, they see like a dead eyes, soulless eyes.
Yeah.
They say they're not human. Something in it might be, might be
They
possessed or
say
something.
she smells like sulfur.
Yeah, I've heard this as well. Yep.
Oh man. Listen, these people are bad, really, really bad.
Abuse and MK Ultra experiments. As
I was going to ask you. Do you? I'm sure, Yanis, you have. Have you ever heard of Kathy O'Brien?
Of course.
Yeah,
MK Ultra videos on my channel.
The MK Ultra. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit on her as well.
Yeah, I have few people, famous people, are saying about MK Ultra and other experiments on them. Yeah.
Well, and then the branch off into the Monarch program.
Yes.
Okay.
Monarch was,
they start creating these presidential model sex slaves, and then it even went worse. I mean, right into Disney. Look how many of these Disney kids, have
later promoted.
And the butterfly and pizza symbology.
Yes, everywhere.
Butterfly and pizza symbology everywhere. That butterfly being part of the monarch shit.
Yes, exactly. There is even, this triangle for the pedophiles.
Yeah.
It's a light blue or pink.
Light
blue is for the small boys, pink for the girls.
Yeah.
And even on the Pope's robe, there is freaking this triangle.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just mental.
Listen, this is what the entire world, and that's what, it makes so much sense to me that the devil is in charge of the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's God of this world.
And it's so evident when you see through the facade. This thing about, these world leaders, and they're walking around in their suits and making edicts from their fucking marble palaces and shit. When you find out what they really are and what they're really doing, and beyond the illusion that we're given about them, you really, it's dark. It's very dark.
The devil straight away.
When that comes to the point, you go, well, of course, they're the soldiers, they're the minions of Satan that are keeping the reins on all the rest of us. I mean, picture it like this one. Satan standing up at the top of hell, looking down, laughing his ass off at everybody. And here's these other like demons that are standing down here in various areas, making sure that all the fucking slaves within their area are toiling and doing what they're supposed to do, all while not paying attention that they're in hell.
Those retards do not understand, even if they're doing the devil's bidding.
Mm-hmm.
They will be discarded as well, because devil hates mankind.
This is why my
they don't get it.
My oath of my declaration of war upon any form of tyranny over the minds of men means so much to me, is because I know that is one of the most primary violations of God's law right there.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
and
100%.
lying, you know, like Duffy says that it's not prohibited. No, look, if somebody was coming to kill somebody that I loved and they said, are they here? And I say, no, they're not. That's justifiable because I'm trying to save a life.
Exactly.
However, bearing false witness, okay?
Not only to
Nobody's
neighbor,
being
as he claims.
saved by lying. Nobody's being saved or protected or anything else by lying about a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Okay. So that is not justified. So what you've done there is you've engaged on hijacking somebody's consciousness. You have tried to falsify somebody's you're just doing it. You're manipulating someone's mind when you do that, intentionally lie. Okay. And in this case, it's designed to cause subversion. And then what I see is that a bunch of these so-called big flat earthers, I call it the club, okay, that they start going, oh, I've now decided that since these yahoos from YouTube went down to fucking Antarctica, that now the Earth's a globe and I have to drop out of this now. Okay, well, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Bye.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way I look at it. I don't give a fuck. I ain't following on to you. I've seen the truth. Once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. And I sure as hell ain't gonna obliterate what I've found out, figured out, and observed because some ass hats went down to fucking Antarctica and said they saw something. Then we get shit video. It's already been forensically analyzed. Everybody's looked at this fucking shit. It's bullshit. Okay, so what do we got? Bunch of fucking liars.
That's what I see. I think God is using them. And you see how many people came to flat Earth after their so-called the final experiment, because they see through the lies, and loads of people creating videos and exposing them. So they really helped us, to be honest.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, man. That's why I said they didn't just shoot yourself in the foot with this fucking thing, you know. And if now your only thing that you got is to go out there and try to start internet grifts, internet beefs with other people that don't buy into your stupid lie, you know, then have at it, you know. This claim that they had floating around there that, oh, Sav threw Jaron under the bus. No, that motherfucker dove under the bus. Okay. I had nothing to do with it. I call it like I see it, bitch. That's how it is. You know, you don't like it, put it in your pipe and smoke it, baby. That's all I can say.
Mm. Yeah,
You
don't
know?
idolize people.
Yeah. Oh my God, no.
You won't have your feelings hurt. You know, and I know this would never happen. And you know, if say hypothetically you were to come out and say the same thing that like these people are saying, I'd be like, well, you know what, see ya, buddy. I love you to death, Saab, but sorry.
Well, I've already publicly stated,
I
and
know
I'll be
you'd
glad
never
to do it again,
Yeah.
that if I ever recant flat Earth, it means 100% that I have been compromised. Hey, Dub, do me a favor and post something in the chat real quick so that I can make sure that you're not a troll. If you would, please. Just go ahead and type something into the chat. Not the private chat, the real chat, the regular chat.
Oh.
And then I'll pull you up on the screen.
One of the Flats streams, I was posting a lot of stuff, you know, and no, you must be bot. I was laughing my ass off, you know. That's why I asked you, you probably didn't hear me, to confirm that I'm real, because no one can type so fast, you know.
Right. Hey, Dub, can you just go ahead and type something in the chat for me real quick? I need an overlay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll do that real quick.
I will drop for you soon 3-part video. I'm just finishing uploading now the 3rd part. I finished watching, and that's very revealing. And the guy is from Disclosure Hub. He always creates great videos, great compilations.
So what's on your mind there, Dub?
I don't know. I'm trying to channel hop here and find a spot, but you got me on the put something in the pipe and smoke it. So I figured I'd come up here and find out what you guys are talking about.
Oh, it's just I call shit like I see it, man. You know, and that's that's just how I do, and it doesn't matter. It's like if you're fucking with me or bullshitting me, and I don't care who you are, how close you are to me or not. If I realize or know that you're bullshitting me, I'm going to call you out and say you're bullshitting me. Fuck you. You don't like that, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh yeah, well, because I know this guy, I'm going to believe him.
Yeah, no reason to stroke your ego.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The same
That's
as
fair
me.
enough.
I like this phrase. I am not top shelf ice cream that everyone have to like me. People like me or don't, and I don't give a fuck.
No, my existence is not dependent upon that. I'm not out here to win a popularity contest. I'm not out here to make enemies. Okay. But I'm also not out here to win a popularity contest. This is who I am. This is what I am. This is what I say. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry about that. You'll just have to get over it. I know I will.
That's totally fair. At one time I got this sales job, and they told me I was going to get X amount of leads a day and this and that and whatever, and I'm looking around and yeah, they're like, they got a cool setup. You know what I mean? They got like the keg and the food and all the stuff. The cucaracha band comes around but I wasn't getting my 5 leads a day. And I'm like, like I'm not gonna buy your BS. You know what I mean? Like I'm here to make money. I'm not here to, go find some chicken in your refrigerator or drink some beers or Kool-Aid or whatever and think the company's all this great thing. You know what I mean? Like you gotta put your money where your mouth is, and you gotta, show people instead of just talking, because talk is cheap, as they say.
All right. Well, let's get on with this Kathy O'Brien story.
Long before they come for you too.
Kathy O'Brien is a survivor of ritualistic abuse and MK Ultra experiments as a young girl. She details the horrifying experiences she endured at the hands of some of the most highest-ranking officials of government, including the Clintons.
It was early evening when they played Most Dangerous Game. I was stripped of my clothing. I was allowed to wear tennis shoes and told that I could have a head start and begin running before I would be hunted down. My exposure to it resulted in my believing I had no place to run and no place to hide. It seemed there were no limits to what could happen in my existence at that time. It was one of the most extreme situations I think I ever survived.
O'Brien testified to Congress and accused Hillary Clinton of rape while affirming.
What now?
I'm sorry. Is this like a cult or something? What is this?
Well, this is something that, you would have to say it is a cult, because they're engaged in very, very illicit activities involving children and murder and ritualistic sacrifice.
Okay, all right. I don't know how long I'll be able to stick around on this. Go ahead and press play. I mean, I didn't know what I was getting into really, but I'll stick around for a little while.
Oh yeah, you not aware of that?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not aware of the. That's why I asked. I'm not aware of what this is, but sometimes I really I try to avoid.
Hold on, listen. Here's what it boils down to. Your world is run by a group of satanic, human sacrificing, cannibalistic, demon worshippers, basically.
Okay, so you believe in the Bible?
Well, of course.
Okay, good. All right, fair company. I don't like. I'm the same. So, but I don't like knowing about this stuff. So I don't know how long I'll be alive.
Burying your head in the sand is not going to stop what's going on.
I understand.
All right. Listen. Here's the thing: for evil to prosper, good men need only stay silent.
I mean, fair. That's fair. But then I can say like 1 Corinthians. I think it's like 420 or 1420, something like that. Like knowing about evil is like you're supposed to remain infantile in that material, which is why I
Well,
typically
then that would
avoid.
be, then you'd have to not read a bunch of your Bible. Okay. If you'll
No,
recall, now wait a second, if you'll recall, there's stories in the Bible about these people taking and putting their babies into a big bronze statue of a bull, right? Moloch. They were worshiping Baal, and they were sacrificing their children into this cauldron, and they were banging drums really loud so to drown out the screaming of the children. This is in the Bible. Okay. Those are the same people. Those same people are doing this thing today.
Do you have a verse on that?
I don't
Or
know.
no?
Maybe
All right. Forget it.
Yeah, you do recall they were worshiping these false gods, right?
Well, I know spots.
Baal.
There's spots where sacrificing children, I think, was in there or something, but I don't. I like to ask for verses when I'm not familiar with the
because pretty much everybody should be familiar with the fact that there were those Canaanites and whatnot that worshiped Baal, right? And they engaged in cannibalistic. In fact, that's where the word cannibal comes from, is Canaan. So
check Gene Splice chat there.
Let's see. Matthew 10:16 says, "Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves." All right. You have to know these things. You can't just ignore them. And this is, look, think about how many kids that come up missing every year.
In USA,
Never found. Never found. Now you would figure with these numbers, as huge as they are, somebody would trip over a body or two once in a while, right? It doesn't add up. Where are they going? And they get a lot of these kids, they're off paper because they get a lot of them most of the time from disaster areas and war zones under the guise of orphans. Let's not forget Laura Silby, who was with the Clinton Foundation down in Haiti, who got busted at the border for bringing back some quote unquote orphans that still had parents. They sent Clinton lawyers down there and got her off, and they brought her back here to the United States. And now she heads, I don't know if she still does, but they put her in charge of the Amber Alert system, which is the thing that warns everybody about a kidnapping.
Wow.
This is what you got. You've got these people that are doing this, are running the things that are supposed to be preventing it. And this goes into the highest levels of law enforcement, the FBI, the CIA, the White House, Buckingham Palace. I don't care. You name it. These people are all involved in this. They are not like you and I. They are
800,000 children a year in the USA are missing.
You know, I mean, they are something else. And this goes right on back. And it's like people, you got to understand, man, like the royal family, okay, our presidents are all got relations to them, okay? All these prime ministers and shit, they're all from a select bloodline. Now, we trace back Queen Elizabeth and that whole bunch, the Gotha Saxe-Coburg line, and it takes us directly back to this guy named Vlad Tepes. Does that name ring a bell?
Even Obama.
You might play better as Count Dracula. Yeah, it's right back directly.
I mean, like, there's the reason why I'm cautious on things like this. It is because there is, 1 Corinthians 14:20, brethren, do not be children in your thinking, yet in evil be infants, but in your thinking be mature. So it's almost like the best way for me to be able to describe why I don't really. I mean, I understand where we are. You know what I mean? Like there's corruption everywhere. So then it's like almost like I hate to bring this one up, but I'm sure many of you guys have probably heard about this, and it's the ladies with the cup. That's just the only way I'll put it. I think you understand. So we, once you get a visual,
the Transformers.
once you get a visual on something, it's like your eyes can't forget. And I'm like, shit, man. I just like, come on, man. I know there's tons of stuff out there, but I don't really want to dive too deep into it. Like that's their stuff, and it's almost like God shield my eyes. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to see any of this stuff. Like I hope that
there are those of us.
See it doesn't mean
There are those of us that are willing to go out onto the front lines with this, without fear, and call a light onto it, because the one thing that darkness hates the
light
is the light. So be the light. Never shield
yeah, but
yourself.
I can agree with what you're saying. You know what I can agree with to an extent what you're saying. However, it's like I mean, I'm more of like I don't know, read and then share some cross references or something. Somebody might get something. Like I could say to you, are you a scribe? Do you know what that means?
Well, am I a scholar? I don't know how, in
Scribe.
what context.
A scribe. You've read the Bible, right? You know what a scribe is. Are you a scribe?
Well, I don't know if I'm not by trade. No.
Okay.
I don't understand what you mean.
Exactly. That's where I can look at it and I can be like, okay, well, I mean, if you turn the pages and flip to let's see, Matthew 13:52. Do you think that scribes are a bad thing now? I read the NASB 95, by the way, so you'd have to read it there to understand.
Well, it depends on what a scribe is laying down, too. A scribe is someone who writes. Okay.
No, it's not
it's not.
actually.
What
It's
is it?
not. No.
What is it?
Those are people who are able to interpret.
Okay.
So they're like almost like a lawyer or like an attorney or.
And I would say then, yes, I am a scribe. I do interpret things.
Okay, most of the time when you're seeing it, you see Jesus speak of like scribes as a bad thing. Like woe to you, Pharisees and scribes, all that stuff. Matthew 13:52 is one of the only times I
wait
see.
a second. He was. You have to look at the context in which he was admonishing them. Okay, so he was admonishing them for their blasphemous interpretations.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, so it wasn't for interpretations in and of themselves. It was for their blasphemous interpretations, their misinterpretations. That's what he was going after about. It's just like how the press does. How the press does. They'll say something that is completely twisted as to what the events really were.
They really weren't the scribes, because scribes' main role is to copy word by word. So if they were changing, you can't call them scribes.
Well, so they were, yeah. Well, and also taking like into account when they're going like from Hebrew to Greek or from Greek to Latin or whatever else like that. That's what they're doing. They're taking, okay, here's the text over here. I have to translate it over into this language over here. And then they have loose restrictions as far as when it comes to their interpretation of a certain word. We see a lot of that in the flat earth community when it comes to the interpretation of the word rakia and other such things like that. So we that's where he was going on about the scribes. It wasn't the scribes in and of themselves, it was the way they were interpreting things that he was.
Yeah, that's true. And I like to go look at New Testament versus Old Testament cross references directly. Direct.
Mhm.
I mean, like you can't mistake it. I mean, like 1 Peter 2:8,
Okay,
Isaiah
but which version
8:14,
of the Bible do you use, my friend? That's the main question.
NASB 95.
All right. I would
So one.
kindly suggest to use anything before 1611. If
What's
you really
that?
look into it and you look into the words, how the words were
Anyway,
changed.
I didn't want to get this off into a biblical discussion tonight. What
Okay.
I was merely
Okay, fair
explaining to you what this actually incorporates, because there are several. This is what my channel is about. Okay, unchaining your mind from the paradigm that you were given and accepted without question, and freeing yourself to be able. Actually, I'm brainwashing you into thinking for yourself. And first, you have to understand that what you think is as it is an illusion. Presidents, prime ministers, all of this facade that you see is nothing more than that, but a facade for this cabal of evil that runs this world. They get you to accept it by giving it, playing good cop, bad cop. They play good cop, bad cop with you. They give you Republican and Democrat. They give you Tories and liberals. They give you Workers' Party and this. They give you, you see, it's always this false paradigm. That's how they keep you occupied. But all of them are in on it together. That's what people have to understand. It's all one. It's like George Carlin says, it's all one big club and you're not in it. And you probably would be glad not to, because it's one you don't get out of. Not in this life or the next. Because of what they're doing. What they do is this inversion to put the worldly things above the spirit, to be able to go to the extent of sacrificing a human life in order to achieve mammon, in order to receive material gains and power. That right there is complete disrespect to the creation that you're supposed to be of one of God's children right there. It's just like a complete rejection of everything right there.
I will
And
tell
we
you
know that
one.
the first murder is murder, whether you do it because you're sacrificing to some demonic overlord or whatever, or whether you just do it for fun. It's still the same thing. You have no right. You did not bestow life. You have no right to take it, with the exception of defense of your family and yourself. Outside of that, you don't have the right to take it. You didn't bestow it.
I give you an example of one simple thing, which probably you don't know. I hope you do. We think that governments create laws. They don't.
No, laws can't be created by man.
No, only by God.
Yep.
What government creates is guidances, policies, and set to follow.
Edicts.
Because law, it's only God's law. And law stands for land, air, water. And we have received dominion from God.
Law of commerce, law of land, yep.
Yes. All of it is related to your Roman, commerce, ICC, doublespeak, and legalese language.
Word magic, big
That's
time.
exactly word magic.
Yep.
It's all based on a lie, because God of this world is Satan.
Well, okay, so I guess a question that I would have would be, we are supposed to pray for our leaders, correct?
No, that was implemented in the King James Bible.
In the
So
what?
in the previous versions, God commands you to stand against tyranny and the kings, and even previously, God Himself said, "If you want kings, I can give you kings, but you will be miserable." So we're supposed to fight them, not obey them. That's God's word.
Okay, so the letters say that you're supposed to pray for your leaders. No?
That's why I request that I offered you to read Bible before 1611.
So Scott Keller says that Dracula is fake. Yes, Bram Stoker's story is a fictitious story, of course. However, Vlad Tepes, Vlad Dracul is a real person, and you need to study history if you don't know that. Very, very interesting. The concept of vampires having fangs and that kind of thing, I think that's, of course, literary art license, to fit the idea of a vampire. There's a lot of things pushed together there, but in reality, you look at the commonalities with these elite. You notice how they live to be these ungodly ages, like Queen Elizabeth did, Queen Victoria, all these royals, these counts, these duchesses, and these all this. They live these extraordinarily long lives. All right. It's because they actually do drink youth blood. Okay, this goes all the way back. Another in that Gotha Saxe-Coburg line is a woman you might have heard of, Elizabeth Bathory. Elizabeth Bathory was a countess that these young handmaidens, she kept getting more and more of them all the time, but because she said they ran away and all this other shit. Well, what they found was that she was actually drinking and bathing in their blood. And when there started being a shortage of young girls to be able to go to the palace to serve her, yeah, she was put on trial, and all she got was house arrest for it.
That's probably how they're keeping the current pope alive.
And here's another thing to think about. All right, just food for thought, right? Not only do you never see any new graveyards, what are they doing with all the bodies, right? That's what I really want to know. Anyway, but all the blood that's donated worldwide by people every day, and this is a commodity that has an expiration on it, right? Now, there is more blood donated than what is used. So what are they doing with all the old blood? I mean, like when it expires and whatnot, where's it go? What do they do with it? Or do they really have it? Is a blood bank literal? I mean, is there like these characters that go in there and they like go ahead and withdraw a few pints of blood and go drink it?
My question is, you're a flat earther? Is this that's what you believe?
Of course.
Okay.
How could all eyes see Jesus come back on the clouds? How could all eyes on earth behold that at the same time if you're on a ball?
Well, I mean, how can you walk on water?
I can't.
Okay, well, he did though. But how
That's
can you walk on water?
Jesus. So you got to think about this.
So then your question, So your question doesn't really make much sense because you're asking.
How about in Job? How about in Job where it says that the earth is like clay stamped out under the seal?
I'm sorry. In Job, it says the earth. I got background
under a seal.
Because you are Christian, I provide for you scripture.
Sure.
Tell me what you think about it. Just give me a second.
I think we're kind of straying from the path here.
Yeah, we are. Get back to this here.
You are. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to come like bomb your channel.
All right, man. It's just this is discussionation night,
yeah, I mean, sometimes it just goes where it goes, right? I mean, whatever.
Right. But yeah, and listen, I'll tell you, yes, everybody here on this panel right now, and I would dare to say 99.9% of the chat are all flat earthers tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
If you believe in scripture, you have to become flat earther as well. I just provided for you link from the William Tyndale Bible, which was before King James Bible.
Yeah, I know. Also, even with the scientific mind, if you truly believe science, you couldn't possibly believe the globe.
Of course.
Because it has too many scientific, physical impossibilities incorporated into it for it to even be possible.
So you've seen the movie what's that movie with Jim Carrey where he reaches the end of the water and is like, oh man.
Yeah. Truman Show. We showed it on here one night on my channel.
Okay. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I mean, come on, man. That can't be. That's not it.
How do you know?
Well,
That
because okay,
please, my
so
friend, read the verse I have posted.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let her answer. How do you know?
Well, because you look up and you see the moon, yeah, and you see a curvature, like tonight, for example, right? It's the moon's very thin. It's a thin pizza pie on there tonight. It was, I saw it earlier, but there's a curvature there, yeah, and it's round, so it would make sense that the Earth is also round.
Why?
But you
Why? Hey, look, I can use your same logic. I look over here across my yard and I see an object sticking up out of the ground. It appears to have arms on it. It appears to have arms and what was almost like hair too. They're leaves, right? And the branches, and I have branches and I have leaves and shit too. So therefore I must be a fucking tree, right? Of course not.
No, I mean that's your comparison is
Here's
lacking.
another. Well, wait a second. Why would you assume that by looking in the sky would mean that you have to be on whatever the same thing is in the sky? Where would that come from? You use round pool balls on a flat table, right?
Okay, I'm just trying to use logic. Logically, when I look up and I see something,
that's not
logically when I look up and I,
my friend, logically
Dub,
speaking,
how are they connected? How is the thing in the sky connected to what you're standing on? Other than, how is it no more than what the light in your ceiling has to do with your floor? You see a light bulb in your ceiling and it's bulb shaped. Does that mean that the floor that you're on has to be bulb shaped too?
so the thing is I've seen some of the flat Earth stuff, like not a lot of it, but I've been on one channel one time and I was like, okay, so give me a verse, and he pulls up some website that has all these verses, and I'm like, yeah, I'm reading that verse, and that doesn't even come close to what the verse means. But
my friend,
so
I
you
just
have,
gave you the verse.
but say 300 verses, and you're trying to equate all of those to mean there's talking about some flat Earth. Now, why would God say 300 different times that there's a flat Earth without saying that there's a flat Earth? It more
Well,
and when you look at what you can observe to where there's.
Let me just ask you this one. I like to ask people this that are new to this simple question.
Go for it.
Okay, and it's this: if no one had ever told you that you lived on a globe Earth, what in your daily observations and or experiences would lead you into the direction of thinking that you lived on a ball?
Because the Earth, number one would be, again, you look up at the moon, and the moon is shining only in a crescent shape.
Why are you looking up?
And you can tell that it is circular. So that logic is there. And then number two would be that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and it doesn't like go back and forth like.
But how would that indicate that where you're standing? Let me ask you this. How does any of that indicate or is logically connected that where you're standing is a ball as well or spherical in any way? I mean, it's the logic there. I mean, if I see a bird flying over top of me, does that mean that I must be a bird too? I mean, how does that even equate?
How does water reach its level on a curve?
Perception. You know what? You said
It's
yourself that you see the
it's
circle.
some kind of fallacy. I'm not a psychologist.
No, it's not a fallacy. What it is, that was what was told to you. So what I'm wanting you to do is just forget you've ever even been told that you live on a globe. Never been told that. You're just living your everyday life. You get up, you brush your teeth, all that shit, right? You walk out the door, you're outside and stuff, you know, even as a kid, just playing in the yard and whatnot. Now, what would make you stop and go, hey, you know what? I think, despite the fact that I don't see any evidence of it, I must be on a ball.
All right.
So you're telling me that you're just living your life and, pouring water into a glass and it stays level. You set it on the level table while you go over and get a plate and set it on the level counter and put, everything you're dealing with there is level. You see the water is sitting there level. And then you look up and you see this orb, what you assume to be an orb in the sky. And you say, I must be standing on an orb too.
All right. Oh, okay. I have a question for you then. Okay. So do you believe that telescopes can actually see and magnify planets and things like that?
Well, of course, we use them all the time. Does it tell us? Does it tell us a size and a distance of them? No.
Okay, that wouldn't be my question. Would actually be, if the Earth was flat, and you're telling me that a telescope actually works, I should be able to shoot my telescope in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and see the East Coast.
Why would
you ever met Joe Cool?
Why would you be able to? Why would you be able to see the coast from coast to coast? Okay, now I want you to think about this.
Because the Earth is flat.
Well, so what? Yes, indeed it is. It is indeed. Do you have a structure? Wait a second. All right.
Okay.
Do you have you ever tried to look down underwater? You go down under in a pool and you're standing at one end of the pool. Okay, if you're standing at one end of a pool and you look down the pool, you can see people clearly at the other end of the pool, right? Not a problem.
No, I mean, they're blurry.
Once you get underwater, why is that? Why is that? It's because you're looking through a thick layer of a medium, right? Okay, so now when you're looking, say, trying to look across the Atlantic Ocean, all right, you're going to be dealing with the exact same thing because of it's called atmospheric opacity. You're not going to be able to see all the way across there. The visibility is not there for you. Now, as you increase in altitude, you lose a lot of that because we have a lot of moisture here on the ground. We have a lot of dust here on the ground. And this is also where the gases in our atmos are produced. So it's going to have the highest concentration of all those gases. So you're dealing with atmospheric opacity. This is the moisture in the air is what causes an effect called atmospheric lensing. This is why on a real humid day and you see a sunset and that thing will be huge. It looks like the sun is gargantuan, right? It's not, it's just being magnified. If you were to fly up above the moisture layer, the humidity, you'd see the thing all of a sudden, as soon as you come out of it, go shunk and shrink down. I've seen it on jet aircraft before.
So what you're saying is that there's some kind of principles to the Earth that does not, a telescope will work when pointed toward some star, and you can observe it.
How far away are those stars, though?
But then,
how far away?
But just wait, man. I know that you're very anxious to respond.
Well, I'm just saying, you're not. When you're looking at stars, you're not looking as far as you are when you're looking laterally.
So what I'm asking you is that if you're claiming that a telescope works, and I will say that a telescope works as well. Sure. Now, if you are in pitch black, looking from the Atlantic Ocean off to the east coast of the United States, you're saying it's not going to work because there are some kind of vapors that don't allow you to see. That's what you're saying?
Exactly, yes, it's for the same reason in the micro of the same effect. It's the reason that your headlights don't shine as far in the fog.
Hey,
it's
Dub.
The same thing.
Hey, Dub, can I ask you
the
one
light
question?
Attenuates.
Dub, can I ask you a question?
I'm not going to agree with you, but go ahead.
What'd you just say?
I said I'm not going to agree with you, but go ahead.
Well, that's
Yeah,
fine.
you have a
That's what I'm
question.
about to get at. That's what I'm about to get
Okay,
at.
cool.
That's where why these debates never go anywhere. So I'm going to do what globe people always do. Hey, listen to me. I'm going to do what globe people always do in debates and ask you, what would it take for you to believe in a flat earth? They always like to ask a question with a question. So I'm going to do that to you.
No, that's fine. So you, and again, I hear
Steel
that
man that.
from steel manning it is to say that you believe in the Bible. So show me.
What?
Where is it?
Well, listen, I don't use the Bible as proof of the flat Earth. I don't use
neither,
it
but
as the flat
he
Earth.
looks for it. I can provide it. I will do it
Okay.
for him.
Just a minute, Yanis. I like to use science, demonstrable science. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I like to use. So here's just two of the physical impossibilities that must be reconciled to even consider a globe Earth. First and foremost is going to be having a specific volume of gas without containment. The second hurdle that comes along, and this incorporates your sun as well. If you're a heliocentrist, then that means that the core of your belief system is Helios, which is, of course, the sun. The sun, we are told, is a massive gob of hydrogen and helium that somehow formed together and became so heavy in on itself that it crushed in and started nuclear fusion. Now, right from the get-go, that's impossible because due to the behavior of gases, gas will never come together into a volume without containment. It will spread apart. It will go and dissipate into the empty space.
Well,
Gas
there's a problem.
molecules do not bond to one another and are subject to elastic collisions. So without containment,
There's a problem with what you're saying because you're relying on science to tell you the properties of something that we've
I'm
never
telling
been
you
to or
that
experienced.
I'm telling you that their claim for it is scientifically impossible. That's what I'm telling you right now.
Okay,
So
exactly.
That's out. Now, if you want to go to the Bible, what day did God create light?
Sir, just hold on. No, because
Day one,
what I'm
right?
trying
Day
what
one.
I want to take it one step at a time. So, with what you just said, you are claiming that scientists, just because we're from Earth and we think we're so smart, we know all about things that are light years away, and we
There's
can.
no such thing as a light year away. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I don't know. So the problem then becomes the problem. Hold on, and then we can
So
move,
you did
move
come
on
here to
right after.
hijack the stream, basically.
No.
One argument which
sure feels like it.
which
the
convinced you. One argument. When you see sun, you said yourself that you see sorry, it's not sun, moon. You see circle, yes? That's what you said before. Okay. So why would you assume it's a spheroid, not a circle? Because we have been programmed this way to think this way. So when you see circle, you think it's a globe.
Okay. So again, I
do you see globe or you see circle when you look at the moon?
Okay. Hold on. First off, let me finish off on the last one. Here it is. Because as you're accepting parts of science, but then rejecting other parts of science. So we'll push
wait
that.
a second. Wait. What science did I reject? I pointed out the lack of it.
Okay, so but your explanation was relying on the way that gases are described.
No, that's not my explanation. That's gas behavior, okay, versus their explanation. You understand? What I said about gases coming together into a ball can't happen. That can't happen due to the way gases behave. Okay.
That's the way, okay, but that's again, it's science to me can be pushed aside because it's an understanding that humans have about what we've actually experienced and what we can actually prove. And
Right. That's
those
why
things are all
that's
going
why
to
the
change anyway.
celestial objects, that's why the celestial objects have no realm in science. They have no place in the realm of science. Astronomy is not science. There is nothing scientific done in astronomy. Okay, all it is, the word literally means naming stars, counting stars. Okay.
Well, and then to go further, it's like we know that those stars are eventually going to disappear anyways. If you read the Bible, you'll believe that, and you'll agree with me anyway. But I mean, to move on to the next one, which was I'm just looking at what I see. Okay, so I saw the moon tonight, right? And I see a faint circle. It's dark, it's faint, but I can still see it. And then I can see the sun hitting it from the direction of the east,
Yeah.
and it's creating a crescent
Okay.
shape in its light that it is giving off to the moon. Okay, so both the fact that it is circular and then it's also giving off a crescent shape is hinting that that is round.
But how do you know which
okay,
sun
but
causes that?
we were talking about the Earth, weren't we? You
It's
assume,
the same.
I get
Yeah.
it. You assume, and I have to agree, it looks like a sphere up in the sky.
Yeah.
It does. It
Well,
appears
so
to be a
I'm
sphere.
trying to use logic,
We're
yeah.
on, listen to me. We're on the Earth. Okay. I don't care what's in the sky. They're not within the realm of science. We can't test them. We don't really know if it's a sphere. It may just appear as a sphere. We only ever see one side of it, and nobody sees any parallax to the view. None
That's okay.
whatsoever. All right.
So that's okay. That's
So
okay.
now, the
So now
moon, listen to me, the moon has nothing to do with the condition of where you're viewing it from.
Okay, well, okay, so I'm trying to use logic here, and then
That's
what I
what I'm
want to
trying
ask
to tell
you
you,
is,
though, Dub, is there is no logic in there. It's as logical as me looking at the light in my ceiling, noticing that it's round, and then assuming that my room must be round as well, because the light in the ceiling is round.
okay, but so then assuming that what you're saying is correct, where did you get your understanding from? Because you didn't
Question
just
with the
come up
question.
with
You're going to do it every time. It's going to go in a circle.
not what it's not question with the question, sir.
You do it every time, dude.
I do.
He means
Yeah.
it collectively. He's talking collectively. You're not the first person that we run across that believes the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys know how to defend it.
Dub, I used to be a fucking space nerd, big time, right?
Yeah.
I was. Oh man, holy shit, yeah. I believed it. I believed it 100%. But then I got to the point where I was like, well, them moon landings are fake as shit, man. They didn't never go to the moon, and I thought they just haven't gone to the moon yet. Okay, that's how it started. So I used to be you when it come to this. All right. And you come by it honest. I did too. And why is that? It's because you've been bombed with this bullshit since you were 5 years old, if not before. I want you to think back to your first kindergarten class. Can you remember your first kindergarten class? I bet you there was a globe in that room. Ask yourself why. Are we going to teach a bunch of 5 and 6 year olds world geography? No, it was so you'd go up there and spin it around and ask the teacher, what's this? And then she'd say, well, this is where you live. Look, and get you conditioned into this. They knock it at you constantly, whether you go to the movies, watch the evening news. There's always poking a fucking globe in your face. You nor anyone else here watching this show or even your neighbors have a firsthand observation of a globe Earth. They all just go by the same bullshit that they were programmed with, just like I did and just like you have done on here. Well, look at the moon. Look at the sun. That's not the Earth. Do you experience any convexity at all? No. Do you observe any? No. Do you feel movement? No.
Hold on. What I'm trying to establish is you have some backing for whatever your opinion is. So where is this backing? Where is it? If it's in the Bible, show me.
Okay.
Let's
Well,
do it
you know that thing that stretches out like a tent over the earth that's described in the Bible, right? And what he calls the firmament. You know, you heard about that? The firmament?
The firmament, yeah.
Right. Okay. So this is why you have air. If you didn't have that, you couldn't have air. Earth is a closed system. That means that it has to be connected at some point to the earth in order to seal off the air. Because you need full containment
above,
for any
water
volume
below.
of gas.
Yes.
Okay. So a globe could never incorporate a globe.
Have you seen like pretty much what do they call them? They call them like they're like, I mean, you've heard of the polarization, North Pole, South Pole. There's some kind of like
there's no South Pole. There's no such thing.
Okay. So but okay, so it's all make believe. It's fine, whatever. But then I've seen charts of like, so the Earth, and then it'd be like it has like a barrier. There's a energy wave, right? That
energy can't contain gas.
It deflects asteroids from hitting the Earth. So it's some kind of energy field. There's a field there. Okay, so I mean, who's to say that the reason why the oxygen cannot fully leave the Earth is because it's this energy field that doesn't allow oxygen out. So
because we don't breathe. We breathe very little oxygen.
Yeah. Okay.
We mostly breathe nitrogen. That's the majority of the gas that you inhale. Every time you take a breath is nitrogen. All right. So there is no known way to have an energy field contain a gas. This would have to be demonstrated through some kind of an experiment to prove that anything other than physical containment.
I mean, how do but what I'm trying to describe is like somewhat similar to like an ozone layer theory, right?
Well, it's like, there again, you're not going to contain a pressurized gas with anything other than physical containment, which means
how can that be true if there's gravity, and is there gravity? Because then think about the planets and how they stay in alignment and how everything can be
gravity. What are you talking about?
Clumpy, you're clipping or something, buddy.
What are you talking about? Gravity. What is gravity?
Gravity, exactly.
And even if gravity existed, there's no evidence that gas behavior is affected by it at all. In fact, the last time you opened a soda, that was proven to you when it went, psh, what was that from? It was because of the equalization of the gases, right?
From pressure, that's correct.
Yeah, high to low. It's just, you're not going to get away from that. You
but
cannot have gas pressure without containment.
Your comparisons aren't really making sense, but
sure
I mean,
sure it is. How is it not making sense? Have you ever seen a pressurized gas without a container?
Gas can be pressurized in a container. It's called I don't know. Walk down to the store and buy some.
Yes, in container it can.
That wasn't the question.
In container.
That wasn't my question. I said, have you ever seen compressed gases under pressure that are not contained?
No, I haven't.
It's because it can't.
I know that they exist, though.
How do you know they exist? Exist where?
Let's see them.
Wow. Okay. Like, have you ever seen a star blow up?
No, and neither have you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. They supernovas do
Well, what is
happen.
a star? Hold on, wait a second. What is a star?
Could be just a bunch of gases. I really have no idea. But if supernovas exist, that has to be because
They do.
there is a buildup of pressure,
How
and
far
eventually
away
the
do you
pressure
think those
explodes.
things are, man?
A ton away. Yeah.
No, they're not. They're right there. They're in the firmament.
They're light years away.
They're right in the firmament, bro.
What's the firmament, bro?
It's the dome.
It's in the Bible, bro.
It's that which God used to separate the waters from above from the waters below.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
Yes, and then he placed the stars into the firmament, and they were for times and for seasons and for events.
Right.
Then he hung two great lights in the sky, one to rule the day and one to rule the night. Oh, notice that he had day and night long before he had the sun and the moon.
So you're saying the sun and the moon weren't associated with day and night?
Well, after he'd already created day and night, said he separated the light from the dark, and he called the light day and the dark night.
Okay, so you're saying that the sun wasn't the light that he was speaking of.
Well, no, it's right there in Genesis.
Go ahead, show me.
Hang on a second. Let me pull it up. Holy crap!
Go for it.
Dude, you're a complete detractor. You
When-
came here to derail. It's
when
pretty
Fat
obvious.
is looking for the Genesis,
Have you ever heard of the drunk debater or something? That idiot. You kind of sound like that guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
you are,
I
you
know
are
you're
very
going to
interested,
insult me. That's all
Dab.
you have. I mean,
Dab.
please stop.
I figured you heard of him.
All right, so let's see here. All right, so it says in the beginning, I can share this up on screen. I can put this down below for a moment and stop that and bring this up. Share the screen, Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Okay. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." The waters above. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let there be waters under the heaven, and gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called the seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass and herb, and yield and seed, and the fruit yielding from his kind, whose seed is itself upon the earth." And it was so. And let's see, where does he get down here? Here he says, in 14, it says, "And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years." Now those are the stars. "And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Now, what do we got going on there? We already had 4 days go by.
Okay, let me review that. That's interesting.
And on
Let's
the
get-
8th day, God said, "Let there be no more dub."
So anyway, there it is. It's right.
What's interesting is about coming on channels such as this one, where you have like panel members that are obviously they're just rude.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
No, I mean, because I can come back and then he's gonna boot me. I mean, that's obvious. Come on, bro. Like,
Well,
relax.
it's my panel, so I decide who gets booted and whatnot. But
I
anyway,
know
there it
that.
was. And it
Come
says,
on.
and then God saw that it was good, and it says, in the evening and the morning were the fourth day. So it was 4 days, and he'd already had stars and the firmament and all that in there.
Okay.
So that's
the question,
as far as that's
okay, so the
concerned. But they're
question-
right there, you know.
I'll let me read it. Let me read it from what I'm reading from. And in the meantime, I guess my question would be, when God said, "Let there be light," what is he talking about in the second or third verse?
Well, what is light?
What is light? Yeah,
light.
that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, it's just
the third
it's
verse.
light.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know. It's some kind of an energy. I have no idea what light is. Nobody knows what light is. They're still fighting about
Okay.
that. Propagation of energy through some kind of a medium.
So but so in other words, you can't say that "let there be light" doesn't mean that "let there be a sun."
Well,
There's
no,
a
it
sun.
says specifically that it was the fourth day that he made the sun and the moon.
Hold on, no, because it says, "Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens, separate day from night. Let
Yeah.
them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years." So
Yeah.
let there be lights. That's a plural word.
Okay,
So
and then
that
in
could be
16,
stars. I'll
look
go
at
with that. I'll go with
go to
stars. I'll go with
16.
stars. Hold on, wait. I'll go with stars. But then
Go to
let there
16.
be light. I'll say that's the sun.
All right, go to 16. It says
16,
that, and God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. What are
Right.
the greater and lesser lights? The sun and the moon, bro.
It's a summation of what happened. God made the two great lights, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser to govern the night. He made them stars also. Yeah, it's a summation.
The days
It's a
passed
summation of the
already,
text.
my friend.
It's a summation of the text. That's what it is.
No, days passed already. So it's not summarization. It's not summary because you can clearly count the days. So the sun and the moon were created
I'm
later.
reading it as a summary, so we can agree to disagree, but I'm reading it as a summary.
Well, you can do that's so you're just giving it your own whatever to it, you know. Well, it doesn't fit my thing, so I'm going to make my
God
it
made
fit my thing.
great lights.
You already saw that he said what? Let there be light. That was the very first thing, right? Let there
Okay,
be
and
light.
you're saying I don't know what that means. That's what you said. I don't know what that means.
Well, do you know what light is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I don't. Science doesn't. Self
What is
doesn't.
light then?
No one does.
Tell
No
me
one
what
does.
light is.
Light comes from the sun.
Well, does it? You see dawn and daylight before you ever see the sun. You see daylight when there's clouds all in the sky and you can't see the sun.
It still doesn't mean the sun isn't there. It's there always. I mean,
Light
if you walked
in this room
outside and
right
it was,
now. I got
hold
light
on,
in this
hold
room
on,
right
just
now,
wait,
and it's not coming from a sun.
just wait, hold on. Like, I don't want to cut you off, man. But if you walked outside and it was pitch black, you would say there is no light, right?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Okay, so we know that light is always there. God forbid at some point that turns off. I don't want to be here for that. I'm sure you don't either.
Well, I don't
That'd be
know,
pretty
man. At nighttime, you can go outside, and at first it seems like it's pitch black, but then you start seeing the stars.
Yeah, your eyes adjust, so on and so forth. I agree. But then that does mean that there is some light so that you can see.
Light,
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that it's obvious. Let there be light that's the sun.
Well, then why did you wait till after the fourth day on the fourth day to hang the two great lights in the firmament? I don't make
After the first day, that's summation.
So you think he made the sun first, then, right? And where's the part where he started spinning the world around and tossed it around the fucking sun so that it can orbit and all that other dumb shit at 66,600 miles an hour?
Okay, so then it's easily can be said that we know things in partiality, and you know that that's true. I can show you a verse on that, but we know things in partiality. Are
What, you
you
can
going
show me a
to
verse where God sent the Earth into orbit?
No, I can't. But can you show me a verse that says the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
Okay, and Job, I think Janusz put a bunch back
Yes,
in
yes,
the private
yes.
chat. So
Absolutely, we can.
Will you read it now, please, my friend?
Circle of Earth. Circle is 2D. Circle of Earth. Circle of Earth is 2D.
Hold
It's
on,
flat.
sir, I
Circle is
understand.
flat.
Listen, I understand you're very passionate about this. That's fine. Just
No, hold on. Stop. Don't do that. We're here helping you, and you're not really obligated to be here. Okay, and you asked for a Bible verse, and I gave it to you. The circle of Earth. A circle is
so
two-dimensional. We
this
use the
verse
Earth as a plane of reference to measure pitch data, so we can fly a plane. Yep, and water's level, and your gas pulling down is contradicted. Law of non-contradiction violation with a cloud. That was water vapor that went up 30,000 feet. All right. We're not clown shows here. We're here actually at, loss of our, ourselves really to try to, work with people to try to hold on, stop, to try to get a virus out of your brain, literally. Okay. And Sab does more than I do, but yeah, the thanks for hanging in there. Hope you come back, but yeah, this world, would it be surprising if the world is evil? I mean, did the Bible tell you the world is evil? And it is. It hardcore is. And okay, thanks, Sab. I appreciate that.
Hey, no worries, man. You don't have to run off either. No, the thing is too, and you have to understand
So
that.
please let me speak to him now.
All right, one
But-
second. I just
Okay.
want to tell him this: that the globe is actually satanic in its origins. Okay, the whole belief of it, and it's sun worship. It's literally fucking sun worship. You know who pushed the globe Earth the hardest to begin with? Was the Catholic Church through the Jesuits to discredit the Bible and to give the authority not to the Bible but to the papacy. So go ahead, Janusz.
Thank you. I provided for you 2 Samuel 11 from the version before King James Bible because
okay, hold on. Wait, 2 Samuel 11. I'll get on the same page as you. Hold on.
yeah.
2 Samuel 11.
Yes, but King James Bible you will see
11
open
what?
fields.
2 Samuel 11 in which verse?
2 Samuel verse 11.
2 Samuel 11:11.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I said to David, the ark in Israel and Judah are staying in temporary shelters, and my lord Job and the servants of my lord are camping in the open field. Shall I though
open fields?
So I then go to my house and eat, to drink and to lie with my wife?
Yes.
But your life and the life of your soul I will not do of this thing. So where is that saying that there's a
That's
flat
why
earth?
I provided for you version before King James 11 because you base your opinion about Bible after Masonic King James. That's why I say version William Tyndale, Matthew Bible or Matthew version says clearly open fields instead of it says flat earth instead of open fields because it has been changed.
They changed it.
Do you think Vatican is good or bad?
Huh?
Do you think that the Vatican is good or bad?
Good.
Good.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
Ooh. You might want to rethink that one, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got a lot to rethink according to this, but according to you guys, that's fine. I'm not.
No, hold on. Stop, Cuck. You're a cuck to the New World Order. Okay, it's not our fault. We're trying to help people. Okay, you're a cuck. You're a cuck. You're a cuck. You get poisoned by them, and you get lied to by them, and you thank them, and you think they're good. That's insane, dude. You're nuts. You're nuts. You're a cuck.
Yeah. Are you?
You're a cuck. Are you German? I'd be really ashamed. Are you German?
Okay, bro. Do you have any
No, I'm serious. On
questions
what?
to
No,
ask?
very serious. Are you German or are you French or what? Spanish or what? No, it's a serious question. It is. I like.
Well, how is that? How is that even relevant, though?
Oh, because I don't know.
You're-
Because
what's that- what's that-
I like to think of us as kind of the chivalrous of the. That's my opinion. Anyway, what's it matter?
What's that clicking? You got some kind of
Well,
clicking
you need
going
to fix
on.
your mic or something, dude.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Mr. Guest. How do I say this? So, the condescending toward a tone. I mean, like according to you guys, if you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, if you can measure convexity or demonstrate water adhering to a ball, I mean, oh God, and the abuse of children and that's all. It's even declassified. You know, they admit that they did this and they. So there's nothing. There's really nothing to argue on. It's like you're arguing against water being wet.
Hold on. Okay, so you're rather long-winded. Number one.
I know.
Number two is, I can agree with you that there are things that are going on with children that are obviously not correct, and we both can agree on that. So that's fine too. But then don't try to conflate all these things, throw them all in the same bucket, and say, "Yeah, see, I'm right on that one. I'm right on that one, and then I'm right on this one too." It's like, no, bro, you're not. So
Yeah,
that
the government is involved in child trafficking. Absolutely, they definitely are involved in propagating the globe lie.
This is stuff that we don't need to talk about, though, because I can agree with you that there probably is some corruption going on in there. So we're going to agree on a couple of things, but then I'm not going to agree with you when it comes to, I don't know, gases being whatever held without a container. Man, you don't think that like the Earth has gases that are beneath our feet right now that are being released? What's a volcano, bro? What's a volcano? What's a volcano?
I'm just going to ask you a real simple question, Dub. It's real simple. Thermodynamically, would you consider the Earth a closed, open, or isolated system?
I don't know. You're talking about
right.
terms that I can't really speak on.
Okay, so let me just briefly explain to you what it is. All right.
Go for it.
So in an open thermodynamic system, energy can transfer between systems, but matter cannot. In an open thermodynamic system, both energy and matter can transfer.
Wait, so is that open? I need to clarify because I thought you said open was the first one, and then I was already starting to agree with that.
Sorry.
So,
all right, so close. All right, let me start over. A closed system, okay, allows energy transfer but not matter transfer. Okay, in an open thermodynamic system, then both energy and matter can transfer.
Okay.
An isolated thermodynamic system is so far only theoretical, and that would be where no energy or matter can pass through. Closest I think we are to it is a Yeti cooler, right? At this point in time, you can keep ice in there for about a week, but it'll eventually melt, indicating that it is just a really good closed
for
system.
$300 or whatever, I ain't buying.
But in any case, so the Earth, in order for you to have the air that you breathe and actually experience air pressure, which is a result of you displacing a contained fluid, is because it is physically restricted from expanding due to your displacement. Okay? It has to be contained. Outside of containment, we would have an equalization of all atmospheric gases into your what the globers say is space. and we wouldn't be able to breathe. We wouldn't even exist. You wouldn't have liquid water. There's no possible way to have an environment such as we do without physical containment. So this means that it must touch the earth at some point. It's above us and it touches the earth at some point all the way around. It would have to, in order to create a gas pressure system such as we have. The best and most obvious shape for something like this would most obviously be a dome. But I cannot be certain of its shape. I only know that it is physically impossible for it not to be there and us be here. That's it.
Because if you would have, like science claims, empty vacuum, there would be equalization of
video of the balloon popped in a dome?
Yeah, that's really cool, isn't it? I just saw that. Where did I just see that?
my friend, I posted for you on a private chat verse from the 2 Samuel 11, but Matthew Bible, not King James Bible or any other which was later.
Your verse on 2 Samuel 11:11. I'm sorry, my friend.
English.
That doesn't suffice.
You can see at the very end.
Okay, circle doesn't. Do you think circle is anything but 2D, two-dimensional flat?
Is a circle anything but 2D? No, it could be 3D for sure.
No, that's
Hold
a
on.
sphere. That's a sphere. A sphere and a circle are both two different things. Although a sphere is circular.
Okay, you see what I'm saying, man. All right. You see what I'm saying, man.
No, well, of course, but Psalms has sphere in it in another spot. So, and God authors, so God knows what Earth is. He doesn't need your adjustment to what He said, right?
Okay, so give me verses and
Okay, the breath is width, length, and width. Hold on, listen.
Wait a second. I understand you're very passionate. I'm fine with that.
No, it's going to be direct. Okay, go ahead. It's a slight add-on. I'm just not going to, whatever. Okay, so back to what I wanted to say. Breath is length and width. So when the New Jerusalem comes out of heaven, it's going to fill the breadth, which is a flat. It's not a arcing piece of land that's going to come down from heaven. It's a breath.
Your mic is popping really bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to. Oh, one more thing, just real quick. We've got to get back to you say that gas is held down by gravity when it isn't. Because you can look at a cloud and you can see that water vapor went 30,000 feet in the air. If you drop anything, it'll stay on the ground. If it falls in air, it needs to fall. If it's going to fall, it needs to fall.
The problem you're going to run into.
What problem? Do you think there's some kind of problem with the cloud existing? What are you talking about?
The problem
clouds go 30,000 feet in the air. What problem is there possible with a cloud existing? You say gas is held down. Well, water vapor is gas, and it recondenses due to temperature. It's cold up there, and that's why we have a gradient, because gas is thermally expansive.
You have to stop.
Right, and then when you get up into the area of space, unfortunately, everything
space doesn't exist.
Up there. Hold on. Wait,
no. Space does not exist.
Okay, hold on, buddy. Let me prove that you're actually going somewhere else. You can prove me wrong. Now, if clouds go up there and they exist and they're accumulations of water, let's just say that.
It's recondensed water vapor. It's recondensed. We don't have to call it something it isn't. It's recondensed water vapor.
I know you're
just stop. Just hold on.
Give him a second, Lumpy. Give him a second.
Okay.
You're extremely passionate, and I can appreciate that. Okay. Now, if the clouds are water vapor and they go up, the more up and up and up they go, the colder they get because they're getting closer to space. Now, if they actually reach space, what would they do? They would freeze because it's freezing out there. There's nothing there. It's freezing. So now the clouds go up and up and up, and then it freezes, and then it actually goes back down because it's heavy and it cannot go further than outside of the Earth atmosphere.
Hey, hold on.
Hold on, hold on. Let me hit this for a second. Let me just take this for a second. Wait a second.
Go ahead.
All right. So as you go higher in altitude, closer to the sun, I might add, heat rises, supposedly.
Closer to the sun is what? Closer to the sun is what?
Hold up.
Go ahead.
The whole reason you have liquid water is due to the fact that you have the air pressure that we have right now. Now, as the water vapor continues to rise up, it hits cooler air and starts to condense back to a liquid. Those clouds are the water actually doing that, it's condensing back into water. All right. It's never going to go to space. Space doesn't exist. You have to first get through the containment to get to any space, if there was such a thing to begin with. But let's not forget, nature abhors a vacuum. And of course, a vacuum also requires containment. All right. Now, the whole thing about the gas containment, right? That thing you're talking about, that temperature gradient, what also happens as you get up there with cooler? What else does cool air do to air pressure? It decreases it, doesn't it? You ever go out and it's had a cold snap and you get in your car and all your tires are low? Oh, wow, what happened? Somebody came and let all the air out of your tires overnight. No, it just got cold. Okay. So funny how they let the exact same amount out of every tire too. Isn't that crazy? But so as you get up there, you get less pressure too. So what do we got there? We've got an air pressure gradient as we go up higher, also due to dispersal area, origin of the gas itself, dispersal area, temperature. There's a host of conditions that are available that give us this pressure gradient that we have as we get increase in altitude. But let's not forget, what kind of a gradient are we talking about? Pressure gradient. And in order to have pressure, you must have containment. You cannot think of gases as a contiguous mass. It is not. It's a fluid, which means that it doesn't adhere to any kind of a shape. What is the shape of air? There is no shape to air until it's contained. Then it assumes the shape of the vessel that it's in, much like water does, both of which is another fluid, two completely separate states of matter, but they're fluids, okay? Gravity has absolutely zero effect on gas behavior. And to prove that, all you'd have, you can do this in your mind. Let's suppose you had a little box about the size of a shoebox, and it has a little remote control lid, and you close it up and it's sealed. So we got it out here and we open it up and it's got air, same air that's around us.
I'm sorry. Let me I hear what you're saying, right? And I'm just trying to understand here. So we have liquid, fluid, and gas.
Yes, gas are both
no, we have solid.
Yes, gas, liquid, solid, plasma.
Solid, liquid, and gas, right? So if we have air, which, okay, fine, you can say that air has liquid in it, right? You're inhaling something. Okay, so
we didn't say liquid, we said fluid.
But hold on, man. Hold on. I'm trying to ask the channel. I'm trying to
just be corrected.
Fluid is not necessarily liquid. Okay, liquid and gases are both called fluid.
But wait. What I'm trying to ask you is specific. So let's envision a gas that it's going up into the atmosphere. Now it's turned into a liquid because it's gathered in the form of a cloud.
Only water vapor would do that.
Hold on, just wait, man.
Okay, and water, right?
Just hold on, wait. So then it gathers in the form of a cloud, and then it's pretty much trying to continue upwards, and then it's turning into a solid because it's too cold out.
It's not
out
going to
in
get high.
the universe. It's too
And then
cold.
it snows, and then it snows, or it hails, or it rains. It's
So
called
it comes back
precipitation.
in.
In one
Because
way
it-
or another, the water is coming back down. Always.
All right. Yeah. That's right.
Why
That's why
we have the tropos.
That's why it's contained.
What?
Contained.
Yes, it has to be contained.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So what's your point?
Just look at a propane tank and realize the propane tank.
Hold on. Are you saying that temperature is the container? We're talking about only one element that's in the lower atmos that we call the troposphere, and that's water vapor. And it becomes less and less as you get higher and higher.
Okay, so when you say that there's no such thing as space, and I'm proving to you that there is, because I just did.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
How did you prove space?
Why do you say space when Scripture clearly says water above, water below?
Water above, water below. Okay.
Yes. So how
Now,
do you
Genesis
find
says,
space?
isn't it?
Okay,
Scripture
let's
says,
read that one again. What was this? Let the waters below the heavens.
And now, hold on. We're not going to get anywhere with this.
No,
He's going to try to make up something. Yeah.
I know.
Thanks.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't.
Wait a second.
Wait, my goodness, man.
How familiar with the Bible are you exactly?
I'm very familiar. I'm
Then
not
why
going to
are
try.
you struggling so hard with Genesis?
Yeah.
Sir.
He's not. We started on one topic, and then we got here to flat Earth.
You
He's
notice
here to
how
now
I-
debate the Bible. It's just a
Well, wait a
continuing
second.
pattern.
Hold on. I'm just curious as to how you don't know shit
Right.
about
Listen,
Genesis, which is like page fucking 1 of the Bible, and you have such little knowledge about it. You're like, wait, what? The water's above from. What are you talking about? Where did you start? Like in the middle of the Bible and just start there and just wander around and shit? You haven't read nothing?
All right. Hey, I love your backslapping and I love your passion, to be honest, but I'm not going to make anything up. So let's go over the verse. I just said that verse 14 in chapter 1, that's a summation. You don't accept
Well, that's
that.
an
Fine,
opinion.
whatever.
Hold on. Where do you get this? Where do you get that that's a summation?
Hold on, wait a second. Then now I'm going to rebut with verse 2. It says, let there be light, and no one even knows what that means. So I'm saying that's the sun. He invented the sun. Okay?
Have you ever seen light without the sun before? I'm sitting in a
No, I
room in the
haven't.
middle of the
I'm sorry,
night and I have
I
light,
haven't.
and
I
that's not
haven't.
a sun. I have light, and that's not a sun. I've got a rock in there that glows in the dark. It produces light, and it's not the sun. So what
are
is
you talking about right now? I'm sorry. Like, I don't
He's
follow
talking
you.
about light. He's talking about light.
I said light.
Okay, so what are you talking about, light?
Okay, there's a light right there. It's not the sun. Okay, there's
What
a
light?
light right there. It's not the sun.
Which one?
A candle puts off light, and it's not the sun.
So he needed a candle.
What?
He's giving you example
Can
of
we
the
make a
light,
candle?
which is not
Can we-
sun.
can we-
I'm giving you
Hold on, buddy.
examples
Hold
of
on
light.
now. Wait a second. Can we insert candle there? So he said, let
No.
there be a candle. All
I'm
right,
giving
then
you-
stop. Stop with the
No, you
bullshit.
stop. You
Please.
stop. Listen to me.
Uh-huh.
You're being intellectually dishonest on purpose
No,
now. Are
I'm
you
not.
trying to
No,
act
I'm
retarded?
really not.
I was giving you examples of things that are not the sun that put off light. Okay?
Which one?
To show
Okay,
that it's
which
not
one?
necessarily. Listen.
No,
he
you're
also-
making a false comparison. Go ahead.
I'm not.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm
are.
not.
Hey, question. So I
You
ask
said
question now.
that the light came from the sun. It didn't
Does
say that.
light bulb and the candle provide light? Yes or no?
So are you saying that he made a light bulb? What's the point
No,
Yes,
here?
that's
no,
what we're
I'm not saying that.
saying. That's
Don't put those words
exactly
in my
what we're
mouth.
saying. Get the fuck out of here, you clown. Jesus Christ.
So hard.
No, he's just being
just
purposely
mental.
fucking obtuse.
Mental.
That's all.
Yeah,
He's just
pretty
being
much.
You know what?
purposely
But it's
obtuse.
good because now I can't believe it. I was as stupid as he was, you know.
Well, I mean,
Just
no,
can't
he's
believe it.
just being, oh, so God created a light bulb. No, you dumbass. I'm telling you, you said that it was because of the sun. I'm telling you that light doesn't necessarily have to come from the sun. What part of your little, is it what? You got like 3 brain cells left and 2 of them are fighting each other for dominance? What the hell is going on with people? They can't, people just can't fucking think.
He
How
was
you doing,
trolling.
Bear? I haven't seen you in a while, man. Welcome.
What's up? What's up,
happening?
man?
Hey, man.
What's on
I
your
don't
mind?
know. Everybody's gone totally retarded, brother.
Feels
Dude,
like it.
what the hell, right? I
He's
know.
like, that's not a light. Yeah, that's a fucking light.
God.
I just got more
Dude,
stupid after conversation with him. Seriously.
It's the chemtrails, man.
I mean,
Yeah, and
it's
fluoride.
comic.
Yeah.
It's fucking comical at this point, man. I mean, for me.
Oh, I know. And I thought, okay, well, I'm going to explain to you what we're talking about, man. Your world is run by a bunch of fucking pedophile, satanic elites. All right, that may or may not be human, which I don't think they are.
Serpent seed, 100%.
They lack natural human compassion. Don't they do? They lack natural human compassion. They're very reptilian in the way that they operate. He's trying to get
They
back.
not like us. They not like us. Ain't that what Kendrick Lamar sang at the halftime show?
I'll tell you what, we got 189 people. I'm going to ask the chat right now. Dub wants to come back in. Okay?
No
Put a
fucking
1
way.
in the chat if you want him to come back. Put
Janice
a
is
2
a
in the
1.
chat if you don't. Okay, so we'll see what happens. If you get a bunch of 1s, you get to come back on, Dub, but no, not until then. Because that was just bullshit. Act like, oh, so God made a candle. What the hell is wrong with your mind, brother? Listen, that was almost you starting to get kind of Craig-like.
He can't even follow the simple words in the conversation. And he doesn't understand the genesis.
Oh, man,
And
look at all
he thinks
He's a troll. He was waiting for his opening. Like, we were watching
Possibly.
that video, and then all of a
Because you
sudden
can't
it was
be
like,
as
oh, you
stupid,
believe in
as...
flat Earth? Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there, Janice.
No worries, no worries.
Well, good news is I still have it queued up right where we left off. We can just go right
Maybe
on
you
with
can
what we were
run
doing,
this,
man.
Maybe you can run this show. Maybe you can run this show video 2 minutes.
Yeah,
after
I'm
the
going
show.
to as soon as this is over. That was the thing, remember? We're going to segue right back where we was at, man. Fuck that guy. I saw too many 2s there, Dub. I don't think it's going to happen for you, bro.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, that's what I say to you.
That she was a sex slave for Hillary and Bill Clinton, who are affiliated with an elite sex trafficking.
Just to bring you back up, Kathy O'Brien. Have you heard of her? Notice Bear?
Yeah, I dropped several links to her videos.
You're muted, MDV.
Yeah, Kathy O'Brien. I don't think I have her.
Okay, so she was a MK Ultra sex slave for the elite. I've watched a lot of stuff from her. There was one, and she was given that one of her altars was able to perfectly memorize anything she'd heard.
Yeah.
And so they'd use her to serve coffee and shit and be listening in on these diplomatic meetings. And she was working directly doing that for Henry Kissinger. So says George Bush abused her and was abusing her daughter too. So yeah, pretty crazy.
And of course, Brzezinski. Zbigniew Brzezinski, yeah?
Brzezinski?
Yeah, Brzezinski.
Yeah.
He's a Polish cunt. He's unfortunately from my country. So I'm sorry for him, Poland is...
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It's no way to go through life.
No. Anyway, let's get through this and then we'll get to that other here.
Trafficking ring that purchases, abuses, and sacrifices children.
Trauma to carry out my first trial run operation. An enormous quantity of cocaine had been flown in on one of these operations, and I was to deliver it into the neighboring state of Arkansas. By that time, Bill Clinton's drug operation was in full swing. He was governor of Arkansas, and I delivered this cocaine to a remote airport in Ouachita Forest, which I've since identified as Mena Airport. I also delivered a little packet of information, and a small quantity of cocaine, a personal stash from J. Bennett Johnston to Bill Clinton. I delivered it to Bill Clinton, and he cut out 2 lines of the coke, and he did inhale.
That's a good one.
That certainly wasn't the only time I saw Bill Clinton using cocaine. My sexual experience with Bill Clinton was extremely limited, in spite of the fact that I was a sex slave. It was my experience that Bill Clinton is bisexual, leaning far more towards the homosexual end. All I've ever seen him involved in was the homosexual activity, with very limited experience with him myself. Whereas my experience was much more prevalent with Hillary Clinton, because Hillary is also bisexual, leaning more towards the homosexual end, and it was she who accessed my sex programming to fulfill her perversions. People have all kinds of belief systems, and I'm sure each and every one of you has various and different belief systems as well. Regardless of what your belief system is, it is imperative that you know that these criminals are people. They are within our realm to affect. They need to be held accountable for their actions and their crimes against humanity. And as I deprogrammed, and as I was, it was really something to me to find out people didn't know about this stuff. And it was so obvious to me, I didn't realize that people were unaware and had bought into some kind of smoke and mirrors illusions of what was going on, and never thought to look behind the scenes to what was really going on. But I understand good people don't think that way. They don't have criminal minds. They don't think to look for that kind of criminal activity. Just like these guys are limited in their thinking by immorality, good people are kind of blinded from that kind of criminal activity until their eyes are open to truth.
Gene Hackman spent his career playing men who fought corruption, men who stood up to power. In the end, he tried to live that role, and it cost him everything. The truth he died for? It's still out there, buried in the shadows of Santa Fe, Zorro Ranch, and those private islands. The question is, who's next? Here at The People's Voice, we're determined to continue exposing the crimes of the elite, but we need your help. Subscribe to the channel, spread this video far and wide, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our awesome community and support the channel. I hope to see you there. Today's video is brought to you by IPv6ers. Are you a content creator who wants to publish information online without Big Brother spying and
Oops. I was trying to stop that. I was over there, paused Rumble. I'll give a shout out to my viewers over on Rumble. We've got No Stopping It. I see over here. Lynn Merck is over in there as well. And who else did I see? No Spinning It. 44 Jacks. Good to see everybody over there. And of course, over here, we've got a bunch more people. We've got Chillsters come in. Valley Parks is here. RT is here. We're just having a good time on a Saturday night. Glenn South, Gene Spliced, bunch of people. RT, Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara. I always like talking to her. She's a
YDB.
YDB, that's her, man.
Yeah, you know her.
YDB, yeah, you know me. I gotta go pee pee.
Hey, that lady was wrong about one thing though about Bill Clinton. Because he's not bisexual. We all know that Slick Willie's trisexual. He'll try anything once.
Yeah, damn straight, bro. Damn straight.
Too.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, now I knew when I worked up here on the mountain at Skyland, the bartender up there was this girl. She was from Arkansas. She was from right there in the area where Bill and Roger and them lived, where Roger Clinton lived, where Bill Clinton was from. And she's been to parties with Roger Clinton, and she's seen Bill Clinton a couple of times too. And dude, I'll tell you what, those boys were on rails so much they might as well have been freight trains. That's how much they was just hooting up that cocaine like it was going out of style, man. And that's probably, you know, not only was Clinton groomed and bred to be in that position, you know, he was highly compromisable as well, which made him a perfect asset and stooge for the Mossad to be able to control. And let me tell you what, this is what it's all about. This is all mostly the Mossad. All this bullshit with the Epstein and every bit of that. And that's why it came out so redacted. They can't let it out. They can't let it out.
Motto of the Mossad.
You look at how controlled our Congress and our government is by AIPAC and Israel and all these little demons. It's
every Republican has an IPAC guy.
Huh?
Every Republican has an IPAC guy. I assume majority of Democrats as well. I call them demon rats and Republicans. Yeah. And the IDF motto is, through deception, thou shall make war. They have patches even with that.
Is this here's the clip? Here's the clip you sent too. Yeah, through deception thou shalt make war. That's the motto of the Mossad. That's their. That's what their little.
They follow their God rules because he's master of lies.
Yeah.
And they're all compromised. They go through these rituals. That's what a lot of this is about. They go through these rituals to get in the club. They've been compromised, and now, you see where that's led. But
look, in Poland, I was working in a court. In my private capacity, I was going to the IPN, which is National Institute of Remembrance. I was looking in the court cases. Of course, I couldn't take it, but I had it in my hands. And there was a case against a Jew. And the case was that he was sacrificing child, drinking blood, and had intercourse. And what happened with him? He disappeared. Other Jews, possibly other Jews, helped him to run away. So he never faced the justice. And I had the court case, the acts in my hands. So I know what I'm talking about. I know who they are.
Probably whisked him off to Israel somewhere. That's what they
Possibly,
do. Yeah, well, that's what they do. It's a haven. It's a haven. Here's the clip that you wanted me to play. This is
what they do with the fucking bishops and shit with the Catholic Church. I mean, you just move them around.
Yep.
Well, in the
he said Pope, that. Yeah. He said that the Vatican is good, you know. Man.
I hear the Pope's about to take a deep six.
That might be the last Pope. We'll see.
Ain't that crazy? Because they just released a movie. I'm trying to remember if it might be on Amazon, called Conclave, and it's a drama intrigue about the Pope dying, and they have to have the conclave to pick the new Pope. And that just came out like last month, and then I hear the Pope's about ready to kick the bucket. This is a clip that Yana should put in the private chat. He wanted to play. It's from Evan Almighty, and see how this goes. See what happens here.
Oh, excuse me. Can I get a refill, please?
Coming right up. Excuse me. Are you all right?
Yeah. No. It's a long story.
Well, I like stories. I'm considered a bit of a storyteller myself.
My husband, you heard of New York's Noah?
The guy who's building the ark.
That's him.
I love that story. Knowing the ark. You know, a lot of people miss the point of that story. They think it's about God's wrath and anger. They love it when God gets angry.
What is the story about then, the ark?
Well, I think it's a love story about believing in each other. You know, the animals showed up in pairs. They stood by each other, side by side, just like Noah and his family. Everybody entered the ark, side by side.
But my husband says God told him to do it. What do you do with that?
Sounds like an opportunity. Let me ask you something. If someone prays for patience, you think God gives them patience? Or does he give them the opportunity to be patient? If they prayed for courage, does God give them courage, or does he give them opportunities to be courageous? If someone prayed for the family to be closer, do you think God zaps them with warm, fuzzy feelings? Or does he give them opportunities to love each other? Well, I gotta run. A lot of people to serve. Enjoy.
little symbology there at the end too. I thought that
Yep.
was kind of cool.
But the text itself is great.
Yeah, that is. That's a good scene. I like that. But yeah, wow. So yeah, this is some crazy shit going on with this. There's more, but wait, there's more. Because listen, that thing, they hit everybody with a big ass nothing burger. You know, and I said, no, come on, they're actually going to release that. Something's going to be fucked up about it. And then I started hearing rumors about they're going, oh, they won't let the FBI won't release it and all this other nonsense. Listen to this shit.
By the day I kept this country seriously, it's they gaslight you and they pretend like they're going to do stuff and then they never do it, and it's promises that they make and then promises that they don't keep, and then they want you to believe that Pam Bondi got screwed over by the FBI when she was on literal Fox News Network just the other day saying that she had all the files on her desk. Then she goes on last night and she says, oh well, I got it and I just thought that the FBI was just doing their due diligence on it, and I didn't see the contents that were in it. Yeah, so you mean to tell me how much are you getting paid? You're the Attorney General of the United States, and that you didn't look at the files that were inside of the binders that you created and hand delivered to influencers, Jewish, Zionist influencers? Give me a break. And anybody is buying this crap. This is exactly what I'm seeing all over Connie trying to do damage control is, oh, well, they pulled one on her. The FBI is so evil. You know what? Okay, let's play that game. If the FBI is so evil, then why don't you get rid of every single person in the FBI that's responsible for this? Trump, why don't you fire Pam Bondi, and why don't we get to the bottom of this and get some truth on it? But you know what? We're never going to see it happen. We're never going to get actual files. We're never going to get the actual truth. And they're going to keep running in circles and passing off the blame on this person and that person and this institution and that institution. And guess what? At the end of the day, they still have power. They still have control. And we still have satanic, Jewish, Mossad operatives that were running sex trafficking rings in this country and blackmailing our politicians because they're all a bunch of sick, twisted perverts. That's the reality of it. Oh, Trump's going to get in office. He's going to take down all the pedophiles and he's going to save the children. I'm waiting. When's it going to happen, you guys? I'm waiting. So if you all want to jump off the hopium train, I think that now is a good time to do so. Or if you want to keep having itching ears and running to and fro and being gaslit by the right-wing media and the governmental institutions that have been sold out and co-opted by Israel, you be my guest. You be my guest. But me over here, I'm sick of it and I'm done with it. Tired of these pedophiles.
Wow. That's, I think, pretty much hits it on the nose, man. That's what we got going on. I mean, I didn't expect there to be anything. I figured it was going to be something, or they'd have some kind of a distraction, which they have to an extent. You know, they've got all this bullshit going on with
Ukraine,
Trump kicking that little sawed-off fucker out of the White House. Now, listen, that was a scripted thing, I'm sure, but you gotta love it. The dude gets
funny though. It's fucking funny. It's some funny ass shit.
The dude got out of the limo. He gets or whatever, right? And Trump's standing there, and he goes, "Oh, look, he dressed up."
It's fucking funny, man.
I'm like, oh no way, you know. And he's like,
well, that's what he even said. He said this will make for great TV. And I mean,
oh yeah. I mean, and let's not forget, he's closely affiliated with the WWF, man.
Yeah,
closely affiliated with the WWF. Where'd Roger go?
To go fight with Dubs.
Gummit. He's gone off to kick Dubs' ass or whatever.
The only thing about these TikTok videos, man, is there like a protocol where all these hot chicks dress up and sit in their car, and then they're the opposition to all that? Like,
they're always in their car, right?
Yeah,
I know. I noticed that. They're always sitting in their fucking car seat.
Like, I'm gonna go out to my car and have a coffee and talk about all the world's problems.
Because they're living at their fucking parents' house. That's why, motherfuckers.
I am just chatting with Dab in a private chat, and he says, "You just brought the verse which doesn't make any sense. Bible doesn't make any sense, and the Word of God doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he
so
just
are you really
came to
Christian?
troll, man. At
Yeah.
first it was flat Earth, now it's the Bible. It was just
Yeah, I think he's a Roman Catholic, so he's not Christian. I don't
Catholic.
consider
Oh.
Catholic Christians.
Do you ever see
Hey,
the
Saul,
meme? Yo.
did you know that there's a Firefly Blue Ghost Mission 1 moon landing about to happen in like 3 hours?
No.
You didn't?
Yeah.
That should be big
Yeah.
news, shouldn't it? You'd think.
No,
I mean-
you know why? Because look, I get these alerts come up on my fucking thing all the time from space.com, right?
Yeah.
And I see stuff up there and it's just like, oh, bullshit. You know, I just like, I'm not, who cares? You know, I see something, oh, here comes an asteroid, it's going to hit us. It's the size of 33 pigs.
Yeah, I see that shit.
And I'm like, oh, God, who cares? And it's like, oh, these people are blasting off to the moon. No, they're not. They're not going. Nobody's going to the moon. They haven't gone to the moon. They're, you know, listen, they're supposed to have retirement villages up there by now. Okay. That's what I was told when I was a kid. I remember having to do all this shit so I could get past the presidential physical fitness test and get my presidential physical fitness award because we were going to be the generation that went to space.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my award.
Instant breakfast drink and all that other fucking bullshit. Here we are.
Your
you know?
Ovaltine. Drink your Ovaltine, goddamn.
Yeah, I mean, good God, give me a break, man. That was all propaganda shit too, boy. They had to. Oh, this went to the moon with the astronauts. They even had a promotional thing. I remember I wanted it. My mama wouldn't let me get Tang. She said that's garbage, you know.
The astronauts drink it.
She's probably right. I don't give a shit. And she goes, well, good. Let them drink it. You're not an astronaut. You know, so I'm like, fuck. But they had a promo going where they had, I think even on their label, they had a picture of them putting like a drawing of them putting the flag in the moon or something, if memory serves me right. But they had this little moon rover that they gave that came with the package of instant with the Tang. And it was like a limited thing, man. I bet you that thing's probably worth money now.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I wanted that shit so bad. And I was like, but Neil Armstrong drinks it. She goes, I don't give a shit.
There's a guy on YouTube. He's got a channel that like he like goes back and opens old thing. Like he has a one for Tang. Like he's got an old container of Tang from I don't remember what year.
Oh my God.
He compares them with like the newer ones and stuff, but he opens like old Spam and stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of dumb, but at the same time, it's interesting.
It satisfies a kind of a curiosity that runs through you once in a while. Geez, I wonder what that'd be like. You know, when I was up in Death Valley, we'd find old mining sites, right? And you'd be able to kind of plot out where they had everything at. And one of the things that you'd always find was a can dump, where they threw their cans from the food.
Right.
And you can look through those cans and they're rusted and stuff, but they last a lot longer. And you can look through them and you can usually tell the date period of the mine by the can, because the evolution of canned goods, how the different cans, whether they have the top that with the key that comes off, the little dimple in the bottom. There's a whole bunch of different signs to it. And also by pieces of glass, sometimes you'll find old whiskey bottles or something like that, or a piece of an old whiskey bottle from that time period, way back like 1800s, just early 1900s. I found a log cabin syrup can shaped like a cabin where you pour the syrup out the chimney. Yeah, that's how it used to come. But it's all rusty. You can't see any of the outside labeling or anything that was painted on it. But that's how I knew what it was. I was like, oh shit, I've seen these before, and that's what it was.
Is that where Aunt Jemima used to make her syrup?
It used to be, yeah,
at the log cabin.
Oh my God, poor Aunt Jemima. I found this clip of Trump with Zelensky in the White House. This was kind of exciting. This is like,
oh my God,
cool if that really happened. Though.
Yeah.
No, this one didn't. It was made up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an AI. Somebody, listen, people were right on this right off the bat. It was crazy. Let me see. Where was I? I put that thing up. Let me see something here.
They had the world heavyweight champion fucking belt, boxing belt or something sitting to the right side of Zelensky. I guess, I guess because he's from Ukraine.
Here's something people need to kind of get through their head too, I think. Let me just.
And what's Ukraine? It's the original land Khazaria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you have, what was the name? There was a camp in which Jews were, and the camp was called Ashken.
Mm-hmm.
And you had Nazi there, Ashkenazi Jews.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So this is something people need to get through their heads.
Guys telling me that if I heard about the Kiev and Russia, it's way above my head. I'm from Poland. I know Russia very well. I know the history very well. So this guy definitely doesn't know who he's speaking with.
What do you think about that? I mean, I'm tired of these people and this thing about them being the chosen people. It says nowhere in there about.
Yeah, they are chosen people by God of this earth. They're correct about it.
Of this guy, God of this earth, yeah. This was crazy. These guys, man, I would be crapping my pants because this is a rather small bear, and usually mom's not too far away. Watch this shit.
Fuck's sake.
Look at that kid's eyes, man.
Is this FAFO?
They're up in a tree blind bow hunting. That little bear got chased by another one, run up that tree. Now it's right up there by them people. If that mama nose is up there, man, they could be in trouble.
Even that little one could.
Yeah. I don't think I would shit my pants.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
if
I
it
wouldn't
comes
like
charging
that.
up a tree like that toward me, you know, I mean, I would be freaking out. Now, this is wild. This was probably 20 years ago or so. We were building a log cabin up here in the mountain for the guy that owns the radio station. Real nice log cabin, man. This thing was sweet. Anyway, it was too hard to be able to get like a porta-john up there from one of those delivery companies or anything. So hell, we were in the woods. You know, you got to take a crap or whatever, just go in the woods. So I went off in the woods there and I dropped trowel. I was squatted down taking a crap, and all of a sudden I hear the leaves rustle, and I look over, and probably not more than 12 feet away from me is this bear. And I'm just like, oh crap. And he just looked at me and he just kind of went, oh, you do too, you know, kind of like that, looked at me and wandered on his way. Well, the funny thing was, about a day or so later, I was up on the second level, and it was like looking over a great room, and I was putting down this trim, and I heard something come in the door, you know, like there was no door there, just a doorway. And I looked down in the great room, and there was that bear. He had walked into the great room, and he wandered around for a minute, took a great big old dump on the floor and left. And I was like, oh man, he just came and got us back for me crapping in his house.
That's true.
You know, all right, when I was in the military, you know, we'd go out to the field or something. You know, we'd get bored out there from time to time and have to come up with entertainment. So I may or may not have partaken in this, but we do this thing that we call landmines, right? Have you heard of this?
No.
You'd crap in a sack and you like kind of catch wind in it and then tie it together so the wind didn't get out. And then you dig a little hole, right? And throw that bag in there, toss some dirt on it, and then wait for another guy to walk by and step on the landmine.
Oh my
You hear
God,
that pop in the middle
terrible.
of the night and everybody like, oh no.
That's terrible.
I know.
Oh my God. Well, here's what Nick Fuentes, you guys ever listen to anything he had to ever says?
I know who he is. I don't listen.
No, fuck that guy.
He's got a pretty, I don't follow him or anything, but I ran across this and he's got a pretty good he says on this release of these Epstein files. It's a pretty interesting take. So I was just going to play this here real quick.
The Trump administration does not want to release these files. Let's be very clear. The Trump admin, the people that donated to his campaign, the people that run his administration, they have no intention of releasing the files, the JFK files, the Epstein files, or any of it. Nothing like that is going to change. They're not going to release anything that indicts those that are responsible. At the same time, they recognize they need to throw a bone and give concessions to their base. And the GOP base cares about things like this. So I'm sure they thought that they would convene MAGA's favorite influencers at the White House, all these numbskulls, give them props, give them official-looking binders that say Epstein files, and they thought that those photos would serve as a symbolic representation of the base getting the information. Maybe people might believe there was something in the files. And all of those influencers were effectively told what to post. They were posting identical things on social media, praising the administration for being transparent and that they received the files. Were we supposed to take their word for it? Did they think that they were going to hand a physical copy that says files and give it to these influencers? The influencers would post on Twitter, guys, we got them. And we're going to take their word for it and say, oh, great, the files have been distributed. Now let's watch something else. Did they think we wouldn't ask what's in the binders? Did they think we wouldn't ask, is it anything new? What does it say? We'd like to know now, not later. We would like to have the information, not entrust DC Drano with the information. So it was a total disaster. I'm sure they thought this was a home run. I don't know who cooked up this idea, but it's honestly just insulting. They thought they would throw slop to the base. Oh, these idiots want the Epstein files. They keep talking about conspiracies. Let's invite DC Drano, Scott Presler, Cat Turd. I don't know. Give them a binder that says classified. I don't know. Give them a folder that says top secret. Yeah, I don't know. Something stupid like that. Put the official stamp of the DOJ and just, I don't know, write like top secret and hand those out to like, I don't know, Scott Presler, Cat Turd, Mike Cernovich, and give them like a water bottle. Give them something from the White House gift shop. Have them take some pictures outside. That'll make those idiots shut up for a little while. The Facebook boomers will eat that up. They'll love that on True Social. Like, is that really? That seems to have been the conceit. Because there's no information. There's no files online. The files that were given in person are fake. Why would you give the files to a dozen influencers on paper and not everybody else? That literally seems to be the idea. I guess somebody thought that was a brilliant. But anybody with a brain said, okay, can you put the files online so we can read them? Are we going to have to wait for Jack Posobiec to photo scan every page of the physical binder he received? Does that seem really efficient? And once people started to post what was in the binder, we very quickly realized all the information was already public. Then, once the outrage started, many jealous influencers were upset they weren't invited. The people that actually care about the information were upset that the information isn't public and it's all stale. Once it became clear this whole thing was completely botched and ridiculous and insulting to the intelligence of everybody, the Attorney General, the head of the DOJ, Pam Bondi, came out and effectively said, we'd like to release the files, but the FBI won't let us. So why'd you say you were going to release them? Pam Bondi, the attorney general, that's the highest prosecutor in the country. That's the highest federal legal official in the country. The attorney general comes out and says, after this little charade, after this PR debacle, the photo shoot, she comes out and says, well, we can't release the files because the FBI won't give them to us. Which raises the obvious question, why then would you say you're releasing them? Why advertise so you were going to try to trick us, it didn't work, and now you admit you never had them in the first place? She came out today and said, we're not even getting the confidential documents from the FBI. So it was a lie. You thought you were going to get away with it, and obviously it was a farce. And now you say you never had them in the first place. So that's ridiculous. That's a joke. At the end of the day, though, we can very simply say we know why this is happening. It's such a tricky issue because the base wants the files, but the administration will never give the files. The Trump administration, the Biden administration, Republican and Democratic administrations will not give up the files on Epstein for one reason.
There is no goddamn file.
And that's because of who the Epstein files implicate.
You're fucking moron.
The Epstein files implicate the state of Israel and the Jewish lobby. And all you need to do is a cursory search into the publicly available information about who Jeffrey Epstein associated with for the past 30 years. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to do. And all you need to know. Les Charles Bronfman, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Those are the three names that you need to know to understand Jeffrey Epstein and why Republicans and Democrats are not interested in telling you who he was. The dirty secret about Jeffrey Epstein is we know who he was. We know who he was working for. We don't have a document from the DOJ that says Israel did it. You know, we don't have a document from the FBI where Jeffrey Epstein signed on and said, Israel made me do it. But we know, we have known. We know who was on those flights. We know who's providing the funding. We know which circles he ran in. We know who groomed him. We know who his girlfriend was. We know who he associated with. And all signs point back to Israel.
I have to agree with him there, man.
And all I want is the flight logs. I mean, a flight list of who was out at the island.
The Trump administration.
You ain't gonna get it.
Yeah.
Who's to say any of these people are even dead still? I mean, they all own
I know.
islands. Maybe they just moved them to another island.
It's just another story, man. Just another fucking story and narrative. I don't buy none of it. That's just me.
Wait a second. I was gonna. Oh, okay. I'm back down into that. Oh, what was this? Oh, this is funny.
What the hell were they thinking putting a bunch of white-looking Jews around a bunch of Arabs? It doesn't make any sense to me.
That's the funny thing is, you know, they talk about Semites, and most of the Israelis are not actual Semites. They're from fucking Europe. They're Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews, and they did the DNA studies. 80% of the Palestinians are like actual Semites that are linked to that land,
right?
And like 97% of the Israelis are not. And then you find out that DNA testing is illegal in Israel. Like you have to get a court order to get a DNA test. The owner of 23andMe is Jewish, you know, but they don't allow that there. In the US, it's open borders. In the UK,
which is
it's
key.
race mixing. It's, you know,
Unfortunately from Poland as well.
Right. Not in fucking Israel. Show me how many fucking Jewish Israeli women are married to black guys.
Yeah.
And show me how many fucking Israeli men are married to black women. It's like it doesn't happen there.
What the hell were they thinking putting a bunch of...
It is very separatist, you know, and then they were for people that promote this openness, like, you know, race mixing and shit like that.
And they are standing behind the Kalergi plan, mixing races to destroy white race. Why? Because historically speaking, only white race was able to stand against them. No other race ever. They were kicked out from 109 countries 1,031 times. So what? If you give you example, one guy is going to pub, he's drinking and causing the issues, and he was kicked out from 109 bars, 1,031 times. That's the guy bad, or all of the owners of the bars are bad?
Right.
It's a very simple answer.
So what in the world are you guys arguing with Dub backstage about, man?
I'm not. He
Dude,
went
you
away
should
as
just
far
go
as I'm
read it.
concerned.
It's funny as hell. He's just throwing ad homs at
You guys want to talk to him for a minute?
I don't care.
Oh, he's stupid as fuck.
Why is he still here? If you weren't
I
here
don't
to
know.
troll,
I
why'd
have
you
no
just
idea.
stay around and come back?
I couldn't believe it. People can be still on such low level as he is. Literally, he's dumb fuck.
Tell us how you really feel.
Hey, listen. You can resort to like comments that are like beneath me, and that's
I
okay.
don't give a fuck about you. You are stupid. You are dumb.
I know,
You
yeah.
don't throw
But
the person
the
before his
problem
mind.
is
There's
the
no
problem
Shouldn't be
arises
here
when you bring
because
forth a scripture
you
that has
are
nothing to do with
brainwashed.
the earth being
Brainwashed
flat.
people
brother.
are problem of this world. You are the problem.
Oh,
Because you
What do you-
follow
what did
all of the
I don't believe the
Talmud
earth is
source,
flat,
Revelation,
and you have
all this
no
bullshit.
We didn't ask
you
you to
have
believe
no
anything.
proof for the earth being flat, sir. You don't.
Well, listen, regardless of what your interpretation of the Bible is, the earth is flat.
No, it's
That's
flat
just
as
how it
fuck,
is.
bro.
That's just how it is, man. You live in a level
Yeah.
topographical plane.
Sea
You have
level,
never
airplane,
never
sea
seen-
level,
Yes.
airplane.
You have never seen Earth curvature. Never. If you say you did, tell me where.
Okay, again, what I'm trying to fall back on is the Bible, because all of you claim to believe it. Now,
Yes, I
show
gave you
me
that.
somewhere in Scripture that is the case.
I fucking
Why do we
did.
have to show you anything?
Times. Jesus.
You asked and answered, bro. Now
I
I'm
don't
giving
claim-
you receiving
I don't
into the
claim to
reality
believe it.
of it, regardless of what your interpretation of the Bible is.
I'm asking for you to give me first. That's all I'm doing.
You don't have to.
How you interpret
You've been given all those verses.
how you interpret word?
I've been paying attention to what's going on backstage. You were provided a multitude of verses that indicate this, and besides that,
No, that's incorrect. Don't lie.
okay. So, regardless, as I said, okay, the earth is.
So the problem is you can lie, and then you
Why
can
would
boot
I?
me
What
off the
advantage?
channel. And then you-
What
What
would
are we
I-
lying for? What are we lying for? We got no reason to fucking lie, bro.
Wait a second, Doug. What is
Wait,
it
I
that
got
you
4
feel I'm
people
lying
jumping
about?
on me. Why is this the case? Why do I have 4 people jumping on me? Hold
I'm
on.
trying to
All
ask
I'm
you.
asking
You
for
said
is the
that
verse.
wait a second. You're saying that I'm lying. What
Yeah.
am I lying about?
All right.
Somebody said that there were multiple verses given in the back chat to prove
There are.
flat Earth, which is not true. That's not true. Show me a picture of it.
Back
Show
up
me
here,
the-
way back up here, and we can put it right
Go
up
ahead.
there.
Show me. Yeah.
Let's see.
Make a screenshot or whatever. Just show it from the chat.
Liar.
Show them Hebrew
Oh, the,
cosmology.
You're the
Where
liar.
to start. The Hebrew cosmology describes a flat Earth encased in a dome with a firmament above it. Yes, it does. The Hebrews believe this. So did the Babylonians. So did several different other cultures previous to this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the not only in the chat were there a bunch, we had brought them up right up here on the panel before, but nevertheless, the problem is this. Regardless, let's suppose you never even had access to a Bible, okay? Right? It's not going to change the fact that the earth is a level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system.
Okay, sir, then please, what I would like you to explain to me is if the Earth goes from left to right, or
the earth doesn't go anywhere. The earth remains.
Hold on. Just play my scenario for a second. So
Well,
if
then
the
the
Earth goes,
scenario incorporates a moving earth. The earth does not move, and that's in scripture as well.
all right.
Let's pretend it goes left to right. How about that?
Come on, bro.
We're saying that the sun is moving around it. So
That's a light in the sky, fuckface. That's not the ground we live on.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold on now. Why do we always have to move to insults? Why?
Because you're being intellectually dishonest, dude.
That's
Just like
not
every other
intellectually
dumbass.
dishonest whatsoever.
The Bible describes the sun going in a circuit. It does it
Sun doesn't matter. The lights in the sky doesn't fucking matter what we live on.
Yeah, but it does say the sun moves in a circuit. The Bible does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I witness it every fucking year. I mark it on my goddamn wall in my bed.
Beautiful.
Joshua commanded the sun to stand still, was it?
Yep.
Not the earth to stop spinning, the sun to stand still. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what does that describe to you there, Dub? Come on. Be honest with us. The Bible describes what we're talking about. It really does.
Okay, so hold on. Where's the verse?
By the way, you forgot the M in your name, Dub.
All right, thanks. Another I love it.
He was tossing that around anyway. I was dumb because I say the earth is flat.
That's funny. I don't care who you are.
Wait, where's the verse though? Somebody said command the earth the sun to stop or something.
Joshua up right for you right now, boy. Hold on.
But you are claiming that you
Where's
are
that?
fluent in the scripture. So how you don't know it? You're supposed to know.
Sir,
Your own claims.
sir, you brought up a verse that has nothing to do with anything. I'm sorry. You failed me.
Joshua 10:13 says, and the sun stood still. Listen to me.
Okay. Hold on.
Joshua 10:13
Joshua
says,
10:13. I'm gonna get there. Hold on.
Yeah, well, here, I'll help you out. How about this?
Yeah.
We'll go just like this, and you can read it along with me. How about that?
Yeah.
There you go, right there. Let's make it a little bigger for the folks at home. Boom.
Oh, nice.
Right there. And the sun stood still and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. It is not written in the book of Joshua. So the sun stood still in the midst of the heaven and hasted not to go down about a whole day. Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. So you notice they're saying the sun to stand still, not the earth to stop moving. Not right.
That's plain English, dude.
Okay, so what's your point? So the sun is what is moving.
Yeah,
The earth is
it says
not.
it in the
That's
Bible.
what you're saying.
It really does.
Well, you
Hold
have
on.
to first
So-
start. You have to first start with not reading out the Agape Kingdom Fellowship Bible. That's your
Yeah,
first.
that's a good point.
You probably
Okay.
don't get. Or do you know that reference?
Yeah, you probably don't.
No, I know some of it from the back chat again. It's
You have
just
to
a
understand one thing.
backhanded.
To understand one
Oh
thing.
my God! All right,
King
so I'm
become
trying
king.
to talk.
Yes.
Okay, let me know
Okay,
when I
go
can talk.
Go on.
Ah. All yours. Floor's yours, sir. Dub.
Hey,
You're
here in
waiting.
Habakkuk.
You're waiting.
Habakkuk 3:11. I'm saying it here. Habakkuk 3:11. The sun and moon stood still in their habitation. At the light of thine arrows they went, and at the shining of the glittering spear. So there's several references to the sun standing still.
Yeah,
and not the earth standing
All right,
still.
I liked it. I like that you choose to read it this way. That's fine. I'll
How do you read it, dude?
I don't have
You read English.
wait. Just hold on, damn man. I can't even speak to get any thoughts across. So it's just what you think and never any cross chat. It's never gonna happen. I mean, what the fuck am I doing here?
It's not about thinking. It's about what scripture says. It's not about thinking. It's not about interpretation. About reading clear English. How dumb you are.
Right. We are reading clear English. Some of it is actually not meant to be taken literally, but you don't get that.
Metaphorically now.
Not literally? Really? You don't take the Bible literally. That's what you're saying, then, right?
No, yeah.
It's not a parable.
What do you think parables are, sir?
It's
Are
not.
you that dumb? Are you that dumb?
No,
well,
we're not.
let's think about this. That you're the one that's dumb.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Let's think about this. If God had commanded the earth to stop, everybody would have went flying in the direction of rotation about 1,000 miles an hour and killed. You realize that, right?
Well, it's a metaphor.
No.
It's a metaphor. The whole thing was a metaphor. All of it is metaphor. And there's no historical context in the Bible at all. Everything's supernatural.
Okay.
It's just a metaphor.
Hold on. What I'd like for you, well, all of you to do, because apparently you take certain parts literally, and you
literally.
okay, great.
There are obvious parables in the Bible, but that's not the case.
Okay, now I have 4 people coming at me. Go ahead. Let me know when I can speak again,
It wasn't
because
4
I'm
people. It was me and
at a
Jan.
loss for this
Say
channel.
what you gotta say.
Don't be a victim, bro.
Yeah.
Victim mentality. You're right.
No, there's obvious victims in certain circumstances. I am one. I mean, it's obvious.
Say what
But
you gotta
okay,
say.
You got a point?
okay, good. Yeah. How do you read Jeremiah 33 verse, let's say 20 to the end?
Are you talking about
How
God
do you read that?
for the earth? Is
How
that
do
what
you
you're
read that? How do you read that?
Which
Read
one?
it first.
Jeremiah what?
33.
Verse what?
Verse 20 to the end. 20 to 28. 26.
We're gonna read it for
20,
you right
26.
now. Do it. His eyeballs will hit the page, and then words will come out of his mouth.
You know, Sav has provided you scripture and answers, and Janice has provided you scripture. Why don't you read some scripture? Prove the globe. Do whatever you need to do. Show your proof, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't have to, because I'm not making the
Well, then
accusation.
you don't have to either, dipshit.
You're the one who, no, the burden of proof is on the one who actually makes a claim. I'm not making
at all.
a claim.
Not
You
at
are.
all.
We're actually
Okay.
showing you in the Bible where it tells us what we're telling you.
No, it doesn't. You
Yes, it
gave
does.
one verse. I'm asking
Give
for
me more
where's
than
your
that. We have
second one?
tons of them, dude. You got all night. We'll be here. There's lots of verses in the Bible.
I have, and to be honest, I have no problem being with you here, but it appears you do, because I got 4 people trying to like snipe me on every side when I'm just trying to like clarify things.
You couldn't even get gas
So,
pressure.
and I get people call me idiot and all this stuff. Whatever.
You just called us dumb.
You can't grasp concepts.
And we didn't say nothing about it. Just go. I don't care what you call me, dude. Show your proof, buddy. All you do is ask questions. It's a Glover debate tactic.
Okay.
God
Okay.
created a
So
globe
now I want you to go look at Jeremiah 33, the
got it
verses
right there,
that I
dude.
just
Right on
mentioned, and now you explain them to me.
He doesn't have to.
We're going to read it out to you here in a second, I'm pretty sure. Bob, you
Go
wanna read it out?
for it. Please do.
there is
It'll
no-
enrich your crowd. Whoever's watching it will enrich them. Go ahead.
Let's see. I know what I was looking for.
Globers always want them to do have us do your research for you. It's crazy.
Truth can't be told. Truth has to be realized. If I provide you thousands of evidence, it won't change your mind. You are the only one who can make it possible. You can only the one who
Right.
can change
Okay.
your
That's
mind.
very deep. I'm glad you're a philosopher, man. I'm really happy.
Oh, it's common sense. I'm
glad.
not philosopher.
I'm glad that I met a philosopher today. That's great.
How much have you had to drink there tonight, buddy?
Yeah, no.
Hey, buddy, would you like to read Acts 17:18 and see what philosophers
How them
thought about the way
how them
the
Truly's
apostles
going
were
down.
trying to teach?
Maybe you read it yourself.
How much you been talking down there and say, okay, so here you go.
Like
Thus
a half a
saith the
Truly.
Lord, if you break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and night in their season. Okay. Then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Levites, the priests, my ministers. I'm not seeing anything about a fucking globe in here, bro. What are we looking for here?
I think he was referring to parable. that how you read it and
He's
what you
taking it
make
to
of it.
literal or parable. When there are parables in the Bible, there are parables. In the
Nobody
Bible.
disputed that.
Yeah. But not all the Bible's a parable.
So what was actually happening then in that specific parable of the sun?
So I'm asking what I'm asking you for is, what is your interpretation of this verse? These verses. What do you think? That's what I'm asking you. And it's not that I'm trying to attack you. I'm just saying, have you read these? Have you thought about these? And what do you think?
That they would, in their season, they would not have day and night.
If God made day and night, He can take it away, can He?
You know who even Levites
Okay,
are?
so day and night's not going to happen? Is that
Okay,
what you're saying?
if you're going to read it, do you even
Hold
know
on,
who Levites are?
Buddy.
If you are going to discuss about those verses, you have to know who Levites are, who they are.
Oh, who are Levites?
Yes, I'm asking you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you.
The people who made jeans.
Yeah, they're priests. They're priests. You know who Melchizedek? You know what Melchizedek is?
They're also judges too.
They're the lawmakers.
Yeah.
Do you know
what happened with
is?
Levites in King James Bible?
Sir,
They
do
were
you know
replaced
who
with the word
Melchizedek is?
Jew.
No, we don't.
Do you know who Melchizedek is, sir?
How about we get back to the fucking topic? How's that sound?
He's on mute. He clammed up.
I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm trying to.
We don't know what
you. Or whatever. But
defend yourself from what? Your total misinterpretation of anything that you've read?
No, it's not a misinterpretation.
Yes, it is. You're the only one.
Okay, so let's go over it. Let's go over it. Okay, so hold on. Sovereign. Okay, that's that'll be your name. And I'm trying to understand
my
your
name.
name.
Everyone here knows my
When I
name.
hear you, then I can be like, okay, that's a channel owner. Don't try not to disrespect. Okay, so but the problem is that when you look at something like Jeremiah 33 and 21, and then you look at Matthew 22, probably 42 to 46. I'm looking at it. Hold on. Let me try to get it bring it up.
Google only works so fast.
So as we were discussing, as far as anything referring to the cosmology of the earth as described in the Bible has been pretty much spot on to everything that we've described to you. Whether or not you're able to interpret something as a metaphor, a simile, or an actual statement is a you problem. Okay? So from there on, no, listen to me. So if you wish to have this twisted interpretation on your own and that way to support something that you have absolutely no firsthand observation of and only think merely because you were told, keep that in mind, merely because you were told that you live on a spinny, wobbly water ball that's rocketing through space at phenomenal speeds that are incomprehensible. Okay, so in 5 different directions at the same time. So that's basically what you've got going on. Congratulations, you are a victim of the devil and you have been successfully brainwashed.
Sorry, sir.
You're denying, so you deny God's creation, see?
Sir, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. All right, it's Matthew 27:45. Let's just put it that way. We'll get straight to the point.
So Matthew was there to creation? Jeez.
27:45. Now from the 6th hour, the darkness fell upon the land until the 9th hour. So darkness fell upon the land. What does that mean, boys?
Well, it means that
something happened. Did something happen? Did something happen?
Apparently, if darkness fell upon the land, then there was That's something that happened, of course.
Okay. So let's try to apply it to Jeremiah 23 now.
Now, darkness can also, listen to me, darkness can also be in a metaphorical sense to mean that there was a darkness of the mood.
Oh, so is it metaphorical now, or is it something else?
But what is that got to do? Wait a second.
Thing was like
No
right
one,
up in my-
hey, asshole.
So you're
Hey,
picking and
asshole. Hey,
choosing.
asshole.
You're picking and choosing.
No one denied that. No, you're the one that's picking and choosing, you fucktard.
Ah.
Yeah, no.
listen to how you talk.
Hey, shut your fucking pie hole for a minute.
Hey, do you suck your dad's cock with that fucking mouth?
No, listen to me, you little dick.
That escalated quickly.
Let me just tell you something. No one has denied that the use of metaphors and similes are used in the Bible. However, one is usually able to, within context, decipher which one is which. Now, you asked for your Bible verses that support the things that we've said. You've been given them. You've been shown them.
No, I haven't been given shit.
I'm not done. When I'm done, I'll tell you.
I don't care when you're done.
Well,
you
you're going
understand?
to care because you're going to have to sit the fuck backstage and listen. See, you forgot who's in charge here.
Yep.
Went and put on your big boy pants and you're stepping on the cuffs, you little fuck.
Stepping on his dick.
I'm pretty sure he's had a few to drink tonight, so you can tell.
Yeah, obviously. So now that we've done what was asked, you now have the burden of reconciling the physical, scientific impossibilities of the globe that you postulate that you live on. Go. You're hot, Dub.
Oh, am I? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yet again, you just
You've
keep
been
spitting
given.
insults.
Did
Hold
you
on,
hear
wait.
what I
Can I
just said?
even say anything? I didn't get 4 words out before you
I know,
already interrupted me. What's
because
going
we're all
on?
done with that. We're all done with that now.
Ah, okay. Why you keep bringing me up then?
I brought you back up. Did you hear what I just said when I put you backstage? Did you hear the words that came out of my mouth?
Buddy? What did you say?
Okay, then listen this time. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now that we have shown you various.
You haven't shown me shit.
Holy
you haven't
fucking
shown
God!
me
Shut
anything.
up. All right, I'm gonna put you backstage because you can't be
Yippee
quiet.
doo.
All right, now listen very carefully, Dub. Now that we have already provided you with more information than you deserve, you now have the problem of reconciling the physical, scientific and physical impossibilities incorporated into your globe belief system. Go. You dig?
So wait, hold on. How is it that you claim that you believe in the Bible, but then you believe in that Jesus walked on water? That is an impossibility in itself. So tell me how you believe. You don't believe that others.
Wait, how is it a physical? So you don't believe in the Bible then?
Just wait.
I told you.
Just wait. I got 4 people jumping on my back. Just
So
wait.
you don't believe in the
How
Bible?
is it that- Oh
You
my
don't
gosh.
believe in the
All right,
Bible?
go ahead. What do you have to say?
You don't believe in the Bible?
I already said I did. I'm saying if
Jesus
Jesus
an
walked on,
ordinary man?
wait a second.
Jesus an ordinary man?
Just wait. Now I'm
Is
starting
Jesus
to believe
an
your
ordinary
passion, just a
man?
passion for bullshit.
All right, I'm asking you a question. Is Jesus an ordinary man?
No, he's not.
All right. So
Okay.
it doesn't fall within the realm of whether you or I could do it. And you know what? Apparently, if you have the belief strong enough, you can. Because as he called to his partner there and says, "Come on out to me," and he started to walk on the water, and he was doing it, and then he realized what was going on. He doubted himself, and he fell into the water. And Jesus said, "It's because you don't believe."
Okay.
That was Peter.
So next, what's that got to do? What's that got to do with the physical impossibilities incorporated in your globe?
it has to do with the fact that you cannot believe in a globe because you think that's impossible.
Because it is impossible.
How?
Well, the nature of water to begin with.
Go ahead. What's the nature of water?
To be level.
Bro, you...
Horizontal.
It
And it rests perfectly flat.
Yes. And did you ever see that
you
the
own
water
a
curves?
channel. Let me tell you this. You own a channel, right? But yet you are some of the most stupid people I've ever
How
talked
is that
to.
stupid? Wait a second. Can you show? Let me ask you something, Dub. Can you show me water adhering to the outside of an object and assuming its shape?
Nope.
Outside, not inside.
Not inside, outside.
Ah, but you don't understand the principles of what is outside of the earth. Now, do you?
You don't either because it's a made-up story.
Wow.
No one gets out of here.
You don't understand that. But
there is no space,
buddy.
Dub.
Wait, now I'm talking with two people. I'm talking with two people now.
Space. Wait a second. You keep trying to go
I'm
to
talking
Narnia.
with two people. I want to talk with one
now that
person.
you're stop protesting it, now you're talking to me. Space
Okay,
does
good.
not exist. Okay, it does. There's nobody gets out of here. Nothing gets out of here because we live in a closed thermodynamic system.
Okay, so then, okay. I'm going to take your word for gospel then. Now, so where
until you can show a gas pressure system without a container,
can I speak to this channel owner? I can't tell him if I'm speaking to her or not. I'm sorry, brother. I can't tell. But so I wanted to ask you a question. So then, are there such things as asteroids? Where do they come from?
What do you mean asteroids? What asteroids?
Yeah, asteroids.
Video game? You talking about that video game? There ain't no such
On
thing
your
as a
ass.
fucking asteroid.
There's no such thing as an asteroid.
Of course,
It's called
not. You ever
hemorrhoids,
seen
bro.
one?
Okay. All right.
When did you ever see an asteroid?
No, well, I mean, I can't say I've seen an asteroid. Maybe I've seen like a shooting star or something like that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you saw a
You've seen
streak
one
of
too,
light in
though.
the sky. Did you go pick it
Have
up?
you seen one? Wait, have you seen one too?
Seen what? Streaks of light in the sky? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, what was that?
I don't know.
Okay,
It certainly wasn't little rocks coming from space because that's impossible. How would they get through the barrier?
how is that impossible?
How would they get through the barrier?
But you're saying that it's an impossibility. So then
It's an impossibility because if there were rocks outside the barrier, they would never get through the barrier to come in here.
It is you. The burden of proof is on you if you're saying it's
Gave
impossible.
it to
You
you.
understand that, right?
Wait. No, listen. I just gave it to you. You cannot have a gas pressure system without containment. So there must be physical containment. Therefore, anything outside of that containment cannot enter because matter cannot escape.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, I can kind of agree with what you're saying, but we already described it. So there's gas and there's liquid and there's solid. So if let's say there's ice on the earth and the ice melts and then it becomes a liquid, then it becomes a gas and then it goes upward and then it creates clouds and the clouds keep going upward and then they turn into, hold on, wait, like just let me finish it and then you can explain why I'm wrong. So the clouds keep accumulating, then they go upward and then they turn into a solid because eventually they go out into what would be considered space and they turn into or they turn into a solid and then they go back down and then they heat up again and they go into the clouds and they turn back into the gas.
Dude,
that's a fact, dude.
Dude, clouds do not go into space. Clouds do not go.
Can't. They can't. They're trapped.
That's right. And you know why?
Okay. So then the gases are trapped.
Well, no, the water vapor only going to get to a certain height because it's going to condense. And it will either
gas,
come back to,
so
listen,
it turns into a gas,
listen,
though, a gaseous state. It turns into a gaseous state, right?
when it gets to a certain altitude, it will condense. And it will
turn back into a solid. It turns into a solid.
Not necessarily.
A liquid.
It turn into a liquid. It'll come down in the form of precipitation, which can take
either way. So it can't. What you're saying is it is trapped. The gases are trapped.
Yeah, they're contained.
Well, yeah, of course. All the gas, you have to be.
So that's the whole thing, is you saying that the gases cannot be contained. And I'm like, yeah, they obviously are.
No, I did not say they cannot be contained.
Never came out of Sod's mouth once.
I never said that one fucking time. What the hell is wrong with you?
He doesn't listen.
No.
And if we're the dumb ones, go make your own channel and prove us all wrong, dude. Simple as that.
Right.
Okay.
So you've got your gas pressure without containment problem. You've got your bendy water problem, because water at rest remains level.
There is no gas pressure without containment problem, because obviously the pressure that is experienced on Earth is not to such an extent that everything's just going to implode.
Matter.
I mean, that's not
matter. Any pressure. Do you deny that there is approximately 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level?
Who knows? I'll accept that. Go ahead.
Okay. So that's what is that? That's pressure, isn't it? It's not zero. So therefore, it is pressure. Okay.
Okay. So go ahead.
And the precedent for pressure, the root word being press, which means it has to be pressed upon. Now, what is going on there? What is pressing against it? You are. Why is it causing pressure? Because it's a restricted volume of fluid. If there were no restriction, it would give no pressure.
Right. And if there were no restriction, then actually the water wouldn't turn from a gas into a cloud it stays in here either. If there were no pressure, it would just escape, and no one would live here, because there would be no what was called, hold on, wait.
The water cycle is due to temperature.
Atmosphere.
The water cycle is due to temperature. The water cycle is due to temperature.
What's the main cause of that, Sob? That would be the sun, the moon.
Yeah.
We have this vapor, yeah.
Well, we have an atmosphere, so
we have an
that's
atmosphere. It doesn't have a shape.
Exactly.
What shape? How can atmos, gas, be a shape?
Yes.
Sphere. Atmos, gas, sphere.
And how you can have atmosphere next to the vacuum?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think you can.
Because again, I just explained it, that when the gases go up, eventually they will turn.
What other gas turns to a solid when it goes up? What other gas turns to a solid when it goes up? Go ahead.
It depends on what kind of gas you're talking about, sir. Because
any gas found in our atmosphere.
All right. I can't answer anything.
Any gas. You know what? I'll give you the answer. None.
None. No gases can do what? Go up?
No.
We didn't say that.
No gases.
You don't listen, man.
The state of matter. Okay. No gases are changing their state of matter.
I've never said that either.
Well, you did. You said they go up and they turn into liquid. That's a different state of matter.
Oh, well, wait a second. Yeah, they all do that.
What other gas? Name me a gas.
Hold on. You might have just figured something out.
With altitude. Go ahead.
You might have just
water vapor. What turns to? Tell me a gas that turns to liquid.
All right. So you might have just figured something out. Maybe that's why, like, planets
for a while, dude. We had this conversation.
I feel like I'm arguing with my ex-wife when she's drunk. That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
I think she would have better understanding anyway. Maybe. Even if she's drunk, you know.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
This motherfucker is not getting it. Okay.
No, we don't.
If you think this is a wild concept, you
but
should
you really think this way, Dub, or really just dumb, or you're just trolling? Because I don't get it. What's your agenda?
The troll channel.
Sir, you sound like you're like Arabian or something. Can you bring up your
Right, Arabian.
Arabian.
He's Polish, dude. He's a Polak. Sorry, sorry,
Oh, okay. You're
I told
Polish.
you that
Okay.
I'm from Poland.
He's a
Oh,
Polish,
you're
dude.
Polish. Okay,
There's
Polish
more than
short
just
memory.
Americans on YouTube if you haven't found out yet, buddy.
Yeah, we're all in America. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, whatever. I'm wrong again. Whatever. So
Well,
now
Scott,
we're
What new?
Go ahead, dude. Share some insight with us. We're waiting. Walk us through your model and how its origin story got its inception, and how God and the Bible have everything to do with that too. While you're at it,
You tell me about God making the Big Bang.
yeah. I
And
got to do that the other day. It was bad, dude.
come on, man.
Let there be light, and boom. Genesis 1, Big Bang.
Shit cracks me up, man. Some of these people come up there. The worst one was Craig talking about.
Is that what I said? Is that what I said? There was a big bang.
No, somebody else.
Well,
told me
where's
that.
that in the
Oh,
Bible?
all right.
Is that in the Bible too?
It could be. You can interpret it that way.
See, there's you're in a dynamic fluid pressure system. Okay, there's no getting out of here. So every time, get this whole idea of space out of your mind. There's no such thing. The soul lure system. Throw that out.
I think you can agree with Dab with on one thing, that Satan is master deceiver. Yes or no?
Yes. You're doing a good job so far.
Dab.
This one.
Do you agree or disagree? Satan is master deceiver.
Dub.
Yes or no? Question to you.
Passed out from all the
Dub.
Are you,
A question for you. Do you think Satan is the master deceiver?
You're muted if you.
You're muted if you're trying to talk. Nobody can hear you.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, you don't want to get into that. I
That
guess.
last truly got him. He's done.
All right.
Good
Well,
job.
have a good night, Dub. We'll see you next time.
That's stumping.
I'll take care of it. All right. Well, he gets irritating quick, doesn't he? Oh, now he unmutes himself. Now that he's backstage, nobody can hear him.
Whoa! What happened?
What happened?
You were muted. I'll ask you the question. Dab.
Yeah, ask you a question.
I think we can agree on one thing. I hope you will. Can we agree that the Satan is master of lies?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Okay. Do you believe in theory of evolution?
No.
Okay. Do you believe in Big Bang?
No.
Okay. So now one last thing left. Globe Earth. Because if theory of evolution is true, as science claims, if the Earth is globe, and if there was Big Bang, why do we need God? Please explain.
Whoa, hold on. Wait, what? I just said no to all those questions. So bring up your last question, and then
I'm just trying to show you the devil is the deception, which is globe Earth, which is theory of evolution, and theory of Big Bang.
Okay.
That's those things go together.
What I would like for you to do is, you brought up a verse and then you said you need to read from the pre-1611 Bible. Okay.
Yes,
so
that's correct.
Now what I'd like for you to do is put precept upon precept. Show me another verse that shows me the flat earth. Go ahead. Oh my God.
Okay. How many do I need to find?
Jesus.
Give him like 3 or 4 of them just to make him
We've
happy.
been down this road.
Yeah, we've been down this road. Ha 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 ha. I get
How many
it.
times you got to go down the same road before he hits the sign? That's what I want to know. There's telephone poles down that road. It winds here and there.
So let me ask you this question then, and forget about this flat earth crap. So then, you believe that God is going to punish people if they don't believe that the earth is flat?
Say that.
No.
We said that being deceived by the Satan.
Why do you care anyways?
Why would you care? about
Because
where
we
you
s-
live,
we-
your
because we
existence.
stand against lies. We
Don't
stand
you
against
realize? Don't you
devil's
realize
deception.
that if you could be tricked into thinking that you live on a spinny water ball, flying around in a void at extreme speeds in 5 different directions, if I can make you believe that, I can make you believe any fucking thing. Because if you really think about it, that is the most ridiculous bullshit.
That's a good point. That's
So
a
you
good
have
point.
been, unfortunately,
But
like
I
you, millions of others.
Yeah.
Millions. We got what, 3-4 billion people on there? They tell us. I don't believe the population is what they tell us.
Tell us
But
it's
we've
eight.
got
I don't
these
think
billions
it's
of people
eight.
supposedly, and a majority of them have been deceived by the Satan that rules this world, using his minions. We call them presidents, prime ministers, and whatever. I'm still talking.
Sovereign, I hear you. I hear
Okay.
you. So your concern is that everyone's deceived that the world is flat, or
No, they're
not
deceived that
flat.
they live on a ball. They're deceived that they
So
believe
that's
they live
the
on a
big.
ball.
Okay,
Think about
so
how
that's
dumb, and they're laughing at you over it. They're laughing.
My question is, do you believe that that is the main thing that people are being deceived on? Okay.
I believe that it's the cornerstone. I believe that it is the foundational cornerstone of the Jenga tower to deceit, because a funny thing happened.
Wow. Okay.
The same
Once
with theory
you
of evolution,
realize
is
it
theory
and
of
you
Big Bang.
see, once you realize it and you see the truth, you can't unsee it. And the rest of the shit, listen to me.
I don't see the same truth that you claim
Well,
to
that's
be.
because your mind is clouded by satanic lies.
No.
Yes, 100%. You have been put in a spell.
Mm.
I'm trying to break that spell.
Yeah.
Do you
Okay.
think that
Now, once you
Bang
pull that Jenga tile, the rest of the tower starts crashing down.
Okay, so here's the problem. Sovereign. Yeah. Okay. So here's the problem, Sovereign. Because I'm trying to remember your name. Like, I wish you had a shorter one so I could just.
It's
remember
on the
it instead
screen.
Just call him Sav, dude.
Yeah, I know that. I know it is. I don't look at the screen. I don't really recognize who's talking. So if
This
I'm
son of a bitch. That's old Bill work. Get on with it.
now,
Let's go.
anyway,
Everything's
anyway.
cool. Just get to your fucking point, man.
Oh, there you go. Right on.
Damn,
Yeah.
man.
So you're saying that I had everything right, but then I told God like the world is round.
Wait a
The
second.
world's
Wait,
flat.
what did you
You're
have
done.
right? What did you have
Done.
right?
The world is flat. You're done.
What did you have right?
What did I have right?
What you said? Yeah, I had everything right, but what the hell does that mean? What did you have that was right?
Okay, I have a lot of things correct. Okay, but then there are the Bible itself says that people will know partially what's going on. So that's from the Bible itself. So
Yes,
I'm
and
pretty
partial
sure
truth.
you hold on, buddy. Like, damn, I got like 4 people want to come at me from every
Motherfucker,
angle.
if you say that phrase one more time, I'm just going to kick you off for good. I don't want to hear about 4 more people anymore. Just get the fuck on with your point. You're like, you're drunk, aren't you? You're drunk.
Okay.
No, you're drunk. I can tell you're drunk as a fucking monkey.
I got verses that would point to they thought they were drunk, but that's not the case. But you don't want to hear the verses. Anyways, what I'm trying to get to the point here.
God, we would love that.
Yeah, I know. Sometime tonight, dude.
Drunk
I
globals.
haven't heard.
That should be a
I
YouTube
haven't
channel.
heard. I haven't heard your second verse to back up the verse that you tried to obliterate before, which was you tried to just go ahead and what do they call it? Retranslate.
Shit,
so then like let's get to it. Like
You get
wanna
to it. Make your point
retranslate all
already.
Damn, what are you talking? What in the
Hey, Giannis, you got
are
a
you rambling on about, man?
verse, dude. Or you may look
funny.
for verse before.
This is funny shit.
I mean, really, what the fuck are you
translate the
rambling
whole
about?
Bible? Would you like to retranslate the whole Bible?
We retranslated it? No, we were reading it word for word to you a minute ago, dumb.
Okay. So then you have brought up
Pretty sure
two.
we were
Samuel
using
11.
KJV. That's
Okay.
the one I had up.
You brought up two. Okay, so you brought up 2 Samuel 11:11, and then there was supposedly some retranslation in there that said flat Earth, and then so now where's your next verse?
That was the
Where's
older
your next
Bible,
verse?
dude.
Yeah, it was originally in the Tinsdale. It's like that as well, or the Geneva Bible. Yeah.
Okay, you take that to be straight up literal. So fine. Where's your next verse?
Giannis, you got any more verses out of Tyndale?
I don't know how many fucking verses is it going to take for you, Dub, before you realize that you're not a monkey on a fucking spinny water ball.
Well, you know what? It takes a lot more to prove that you don't even know what you're reading and you have no clue. But that's okay.
Then you recite the verse that tells us
You
about
still
a
haven't
globe.
reconciled. I'm sorry, Chad. Go ahead.
All I just said is then you recite the verse that tells us that proves that we're on a globe.
You're the one who is standing on
say
a
shit.
certain principle. I'm not standing on any principle. It's almost like a black Hebrew Israelite saying, "Oh yeah, everyone's black, and that's this and that
in the
one."
hell are you
And I
talking
go, "Hey,
about?
wait!" I go, "Hey, wait a second. You can't show me one black male Hebrew Israelite
you
in
didn't
the
even
Bible.
know what the fuck
You
Genesis
can't do
said.
it.
You didn't
Wait,
even know what the fuck Genesis said. You didn't even know up to the point where it's even said where God created the sun and the moon.
Second. Just wait. I know you're passionate. I get it.
Oh
So
my God! You're
He's a
drunk.
broken record,
You're
dude.
just drunk. You're a drunken fool.
Yeah,
Have fun on your
right.
spinning monkey ball, whatever the fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Don't come back.
Oh man.
He has been banned.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
You know,
What were
I
we
give him a
watching
good
earlier?
shot, but fuck that guy.
Yeah. We were watching stuff about the Clintons, weren't we?
Yeah. Let me get back to that. I don't know. Were we?
I thought we were.
Oh, I think we were done with that.
Don't worry, the Clintons. All right.
But no, we're not done with Twitter. We will be here in just a few minutes, though, because I'm gonna.
Yeah, Clintons and all those famous surnames, they are all part of the club. Even the Kennedys.
Yeah.
People think that the the old guy, Jesus, from Vaccines. What's his name? I can't forget. It's late. It's fucking 7 o'clock in the morning. I didn't go to sleep. What's his name?
Dude, get some sleep.
Yeah, soon. The new guy in politics, JFK, Kennedy.
Oh, Robert Kennedy Jr.
Junior, yeah, exactly, Junior. I was missing words. Thanks. He's part of the agenda.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He's pushing the vaccines. Oh, now we create good vaccines. No, all vaccines are fucking bad. They are strictly there's strict correlation and causation.
I don't think
related to the vaccines and autism.
I don't think you're meant to have fucking shit injected into your veins, man.
Yes.
No.
What's our biggest organ? It's skin. Yes. We have digestive system. We can breathe, and our system is clearing the shit. But when you put it straight close to your veins, it goes from your muscles to veins. Then you avoid all your protection because you break your skin. It's going straight to your body. And then children, they do not have created yet blood barrier, which is
blood-brain barrier.
Yes, exactly. And they're just getting poisoned.
Yeah.
So
it goes right to the nervous system.
And they get in autism. They're very simple. But people
Did you
don't get it.
Yeah, I've seen it happen. Yeah.
Did you guys see this? Well, this is pretty.
Who's have more power? How'd they get that?
called intentional infiltration. They intentionally get into every country, and then they work with Mossad and with the groups to get high ranks and move in, and they get money and funding until they control institutions, what's going on, and they subvert the nation, control the media, blackmail the politicians. Think of Epstein, right? What's going on here, Diddy, to control these countries. So you go, how could 0.4% of people in a country control so much? Well, high IQ. No, it's called being diabolically evil. So it's a satanic group of people that go around the world, infiltrate countries to make them actually serve their purpose. And the purpose is what? Is to serve the devil.
Lays it right out there, man.
Who's have more power?
You know?
I saw some funny hats.
They serve the devil, and they have their own agenda to destroy white race. Because, like I said before, we are the only ones historically who are standing against them, and they hate it, and they hate Christ.
Yeah. Oh my God! Read what they say in the Talmud. It's terrible.
Lock you up for it.
Yeah, man. I got a video of how they treat you, a Christian, over in Israel. Orthodox.
Good on you.
How are you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing well. I saw Dub on here, and a friend of mine sent me your channel. Like, this dude causes chaos everywhere he goes, and I'm like, oh dang.
Oh, he's been other places too. Then.
Yeah. I'm Orthodox Christian, right? We were having a political stream about Zelensky, and
oh God,
he was like, is Kiev important to the
He
Orthodox
was saying the same to me.
faith? I'm like, dude, I'm not Russian Orthodox, so I don't know if that's a holy site. And it got to the point I looked up a list of holy sites and I was reading them off, and then a Vatican I Catholic who I'm friends with came on there, an older lawyer guy from Australia was like, "You're making no sense. You're making us look bad. You're a drunk." And dude just kept on and on and on, derailed the whole thing. So I just came on like, y'all got to get rid of him or he's gonna derail.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit entertaining for a little bit, though. You know, this guy's like, "Oh yeah, I believe the Bible," and that's, you know, okay. Then what is it you're going after then? You know,
we know men. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sir.
Oh, you're all right. Go for it, man.
We know men of God by the light they bear, and if all they do is bring confusion and chaos, what is Satan, the Lord of confusion and chaos?
Yep.
Any man who would stand against his fellow Christian and call them a false prophet and evil in that just because of an ideological dispute is retarded.
Yep.
We can debate theology all day long amongst ourselves, but we have greater evils to face in this current world.
That's true, but we have to expose evil as well.
That is true. That is true. That is fair. Oh, so how you guys doing tonight? I'm sorry, I'm new to the panel.
Not bad, man.
I was gonna show this real quick. This is how I see all these Christians for Israel and shit. Take a look at how they feel about y'all.
Zionist Christians. Right? Okay, let's the video.
Oh. There's worse ones too. They spit at him, throw rocks at him and shit. Here's Amga.
The theogony of evil.
I know I'm what?
How old are you?
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
I don't even.
All right, good night.
I don't know about that.
That sounds like trouble to me.
Wow. There's all kinds, ain't there? Man.
What got my attention and brought me over was Lumpy came in here and he's trying to explain phase changes of gases to him with clouds, and I thought it was entertaining. It really was.
What was that he's saying? Gases go up and then turn into solids?
Yeah.
Asteroids.
Different set of material.
What is this guy talking about, man? Come on. What in the heck, man? How do people come up with this shit? I can't even, man. Wow.
They can use those arguments versus, let's say, new flat earthers who don't have enough knowledge yet. They research a bit longer, a bit more, they will know what's going on. With the new one, they can still spin it, but with the guys like you, they can't.
Well, I mean, they can't. Are there really people that dumb out there that would believe that crap he was saying? But gases go up, turn into solids and shit. And I'm like,
you would not believe how stupid people, especially on YouTube, are.
Man, oh yeah, no, I got hit in the head with a block of nitrogen. Just fell right out of the fucking sky. Hit me right.
That's why we have phrases describing them perfectly. NPC.
That hurts my head, man. Well, I'm going to go around and give everybody a last minute, say whatever they want to before we sign out of here because I'm about done here for tonight. Chad, what do you got for us tonight?
Well, maybe I'll leave us on a lighthearted note and I'll tell a joke. It's kind of on topic with what we kind of started with.
All right.
So everybody loves a little Johnny joke, and maybe you've heard it. But so the teacher starts class one day, and he says, "We're gonna say famous phrases that people have said over the years, and whoever answers the question, you get to go home early today." So the teacher says, the first one, he goes, 407 years ago. And Susie goes, Abraham Lincoln. He goes, all right, Susie, you can leave early. So then he goes on to the next one. So they go on to the next one. He says, I have a dream. And Karen goes, that's Martin Luther King. He goes, all right, Karen, you get to go home early. And so he goes on a little bit. And then little Johnny's like, I wish these bitches would shut the hell up. And the teacher goes, who said that? He said, Bill Clinton. Can I go home early?
Good one.
I like that. Wish these bitches would shut up, no doubt. Yeah, he put his foot in the mouth. Yeah, that's what he got for us tonight. You're
to
muted.
be honest, I am not disappointed. It was quite fun.
It was. I had a good time. Thanks for coming too, Yanis. You stayed up late so you could come on here.
No problem, no problem. It's 7 o'clock already in the morning.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
I didn't hear a rooster crow, Janos.
Yeah, what's going on? You done ate that, you rooster. That's what's going on.
Yeah, so it's like exactly thinking of globbers, So whenever they hear rooster, they see sun coming up, yeah? So they think that the rooster is causing sun coming up.
Yeah,
they're thinking.
Correlation bias. Orthodox guy, what do you got going for us tonight, buddy?
Well, I wasn't here for too long, but I will say this seems like a chill stream, so I look forward to any other content you produce. I'll be around. I don't know if you know him, but Jay Rillo is who sent me your link. I don't know if he's been up on your panel before.
Possible. I'm trying to think.
Hispanic guy.
Maybe.
Has Black Putin as an avatar.
Maybe. I'm not sure if he's been up here on panel or not. You recall him, Chad?
Who was that?
Jay Rillo. He goes by Jay. He goes by Jay Rillo.
I haven't heard him.
I like what I've seen so far, and hopefully I'll be welcome back. Thank you, guys. You seem very chill. Thank you for having me and allowing me on panel. Right
on. No despair bear like my thumbnail. Thanks, man. That's
if
an AI.
anyone would like to receive additional knowledge, because I researched this crap since many, many decades, I will gladly send you email. I don't know if you go through it because it's quite hefty. So, but there's plenty of knowledge there. That's basic stuff. If you want to receive an additional knowledge later, I can expand on the topics. I just provide just the most basic stuff. So feel free to drop your email and I will send you a reply back.
And this is Orthodox Guy's link. If y'all want to check him out, put that down here for you. And let me put it over here on the Rumble side too.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
There you go. And Roger, what do you got to leave us with tonight, buddy?
Well, may I recommend not going on a panel drunk and misquoting scripture or even the laws of physics? It would be an excellent premise to follow. Don't do that, please. You'll make a fool out of yourself and waste a lot of time.
As was illustrated earlier right here on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.
It makes for good content, though, doesn't it? Making fun of messing with those people.
It does. It does.
It does until it doesn't.
Yeah,
thank you for sharing my link, sir.
Be gone. I'm tired of you now. You no longer entertain me. We are not amused. Play that game. It's got to be careful you get drunk with that power, you know. All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming up. And everybody that joined us in the chat and viewing us tonight, y'all have a great evening. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Don't forget, the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And don't forget, if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Say goodnight, Something Long. And he says it in his own way. He's a good guy. We'll talk to you later. Good night.
Night.
Hey, how all you glow-tards doing? Just wanted to check in from how you were doing when you all learned about me, when you were just little wee little ones, and you were too stupid to question anything, and you know, just wanted to check in and make sure you still believed in me. You still believe in me, right? You better still believe in me. Because if you don't, I'm gonna call you names. Like, you still live in your mama's basement, and you better not breed. That's okay. I know you still believe in